Hello everybody, how you doing and welcome to Wampleville and well I suppose Middle Earth too because we've got ourselves some spooky stuff going on here. Also from Middle Earth we got ourselves some wraiths. This is actually the Betrayer I believe right here, so he's for our Harad army. Then we've got the Tainted over here, we got him. We've got another one of our Nazgul 9. Hey Armored Wolf, hey Grim, how you doing? So we got another one of our little Nazgul guys over here. That should be interesting. We even have the new Grima right here. So maybe we mess around with the new Grima, see what happens with that. Yeah, boy Grim, you really got a bunch of new toys there. Hopefully you're feeling better. Now, sadly, the figure that I wanted to paint, I won't be able to. Here, I'm gonna grab this other one though, because there, I'll just have him over there. See, I wanted to be able to paint this here, but I printed out two of these arms for him, and I have no idea where they are. They're just gone, so we won't be painting that. We'll be painting all this other stuff here. We also have some more. Hey, Daniel, how you doing? We have some more of these guys right here. Some more of, well, they're from Highland Miniatures, but we're painting them up as Army of the Dead because, you know, that's very fun, of course. And here, yeah. So again, sword version and spear version, which is really handy. So Dano, nice to see you back. So Grim, one of the things that Armored Wolf told me when we were going through that ourselves a while back is to ice that thing down. So I just started putting ice on it right away, and it never hurt at all, actually. And well, obviously aspirin, whatever. But yeah, lots of liquids, lots of proteins, and lots of ice as well. So yeah, never did get a chance to fill that in, but we'll see if maybe we can paint that Grima too. But I don't know, maybe I'll just sort of get into one of our Army of the Dead real quick like here, just because, well, that could be interesting. I'm also gonna need, it looks like, my Exacto, and I have to get rid of one of these. Now the palette, basically I still have paint on there from last night, because I thought, well, if I'm going to be doing some more of these Army of the Dead, might as well leave the paint on there from this right here. So there we go. Yes, our Minas Morgul landscape from last night. Here, we'll leave that out where it's a little bit easier for me to get to it, perhaps. Hey, Captain Caveman, how you doing? Nice to see you back. All right, let's get started with a smidge of pre-glaze here, right? Yeah, so Captain Caveman, I do have, well, I have a bunch of other Highlands things. We have actually several more of these even. That's just the first round. And then we have the Black Coach, and I thought it would be fun to paint the Black Coach like our Army of the Dead. Not that we can use it for Lord of the Rings, but I think it would be fun. I'm glad that the fever is gone. Let's see. Yeah, Grimm's, boy, that is, ah, that's, yes. Definitely can relate to that. Sorry to hear that. I was that was actually the main reason I was worried, because the last time I donated blood, they almost killed me. They practically put the needle through my arm when there was no reason to have to do that. You can see the veins from like 200 miles away, and yet they couldn't figure out how to do that in a safe way. So that was definitely something I was wondering, well, yeah, are they going to do that to me here? All right, so why don't we get into some of our greens here now. The won't really get into the palette too much this time around because, well, it's a wee bit messy, right? Let's see. So I just trying to get caught up on what people are saying there. So Armored Wolf, yeah, sorry about all that craziness there. That is that's some weird stuff going on. That is way more trouble than it's worth. Oh my gosh. Maybe if it just doesn't happen, people will maybe they'll realize, oh yeah, maybe we shouldn't be pushing so hard on this thing. Now I just used some phthalo green here just so that people know. I don't know if we really use that as much on those couple other guys, but threw in some phthalo green there. I think we're caught up now. And we'll just do some pre-glaze in here. I forgot to cut up some more sponges, so we'll probably have to do that as well. I just want this to get on here and then have, I don't know, at least a few minutes just to kind of get some traction before we have to wipe that away. And I think we'll also hit the, oh, what is that, our Betrayer for sure. That the Shadow Lord, I never actually did get a chance to wipe off that pre-glaze. When we were doing that on, oh gosh, I don't know, Friday or whenever the heck we were doing him. That was a while ago. All right, so here we'll hit that one. Now we'll hit this one here. Yep, Dano, Phthalo Green and Phthalo Blue both have a whole lot of staining power. Those are, there's not many staining colors, those two. They're definitely in the mix. In fact, they are two of the more staining colors that you're going to find. Pretty much Egyptian Violet and, oddly enough, Indian Yellow might be two of the most staining colors, which it's kind of weird to think of it that way, right? But they sort of are. But Thalos, they are not far down the list. In fact, they're pretty much right next to them on the list. If they are not the same as far as staining goes, they are pretty darn close. Hey, Happy Heretic, how you doing? Yeah, actually, Dano, I use the Perline Black much more. The only reason why I've used more of the Phthalo Green is for army painting series like the Shadow Stalkers and some of those other ones where we really needed some high tempo green. We also did use Phthalo Green last night on our Minas Morgul scene. So we did use it there. Gonna have to be careful here with the skelly legs on this because we don't want to be snapping those off. So when we go to do our paint removal there, want to be mindful of that. All right, now I'm going to switch on over here, if I can, to Van Dyke Brown. Some of the Black Spinel. Again, I'm just using the palette from last night because, well, reasons. Yep, that is, no. And it's not just humans either, too. It's cats, well, their vengeance, they take their revenge, don't they? Those cats and their vengeance peas. I got some of the Pearlix Gold Powder. Yeah, Happy Heretic, I hope that goes well. I think we're all caught up. Zero, X0, how you doing? This is one of your streams. Currently working on my first mini using nothing but oil paints. Zero, I hope that goes well. Yeah, geez, if you want to send me pictures on Instagram when you're, or even just as you're working on it or whatever, it's always fun to see what people are doing with the oil paint. So yeah, you want to do that. It's like I said, it's always fun to see what everybody's doing with them. So I hope that they're nice and chill and relaxed. And well, guess what? You're at a good time, right? Because we're just getting into the start of this here. So I think we're caught up now. Again, I just it's a little bit difficult with where the camera boom is, and of course, oh, thank you so much, Silent Seal, for that follow here. Let's get you your.
Hello, little hobbit. Spark my ganja.
Again, it comes along and says, "Hey, weren't you supposed to be with Aragorn right now?" He's like, Aragorn, Schmaragorn. He wanted us to walk across water, so we said, "Nah, we'll catch you later. Yeah, catch us some other time." He's like, "Ooh, this is not going to end well." So thank you very much for that follow. Yeah, now can you get Gambling Colors Captain K-Man just in general? Or is it just that one specific Gambling color that they don't have there? It's not the cheapest one. Oh no, Pearline Black. Never mind. That's Windsor Newton. Sorry, I thought you were talking about Black Spinel for some reason, because I'm using that right now. So, yeah, sorry about that. Okay, now we'll just let this sit here, and away we go here on the Betrayer. We do have some Egyptian Violet out here. Well, we'll see just how much that stains. Oh my goodness.
So say we all.
And thank you so much, VetBud Gaming. Appreciate that. We'll take the sub and a sip too. Thank you so much. that is fantastic. So yeah, Zero, the right here, taking some of that Van Dyke brown. You know, I'm gonna get a little asphaltum into that. A little bit of asphaltum here. Actually, gosh, we made these, this base here using the Green Stuff World. I gotta start using those again, actually, on some of my other wraiths and some of my other Lord of the Rings armies, I think. I know I've been saving it for my Ossiarchs too. I think that's the big reason. I think that's why I wasn't using. I was saving them for the Ossiarchs. Okay, here, let's just get the underside of this horsey here, hitting it with some of that Van Dyke brown here, maybe a little black spinel in there also to enhance some of the staining of that. Again, it's not really staining in the way that you might think about it, in the like Egyptian violet, phthalos, that sort of thing. But it can do some. Here, let's just get some of that darker browns in here. Bam. Look at that. Look how nice and neat that is. Ah, boy. It would make some people weep how neat that is. Oh, yeah, Zero, they're just so fun. I mean, whether, you're doing more smaller things like that or larger stuff, when you get into things like the busts and doing this surface right here, just makes all that kind of stuff so easy. Well, here, I mean, of course, our schmaladriels, right? Nice and easy for wide, smooth blends. So these are, here actually, while we're thinking about it, we'll cut up a few here. I guess the only important thing is that they're latex free. Because here, I guess these are the non-latex free. So check this out. See how that's all crumbly? These are the latex free. First of all, they're more solid, but I mean, look at this. No crumbly. This is very crumbly. So I guess these are latex free. I don't know what that means. I have no idea what that means, but they're latex free. So whatever latex free means, that's the kind I've been getting. And they're just in these little wedges like this. And let's see, 3, 4, 5, 6, and 7. That's 7 or 8. That's about the most that I can get out of a sponge. And it's really handy actually having the smaller pieces. At first I didn't think so, and then I started to realize, yeah, it's really not a bad idea. Okay, now, where the heck is my betrayer here? Yeah, we're going to start to throw some of our Egyptian violet in there. That should be interesting. Hey, Thranduil, how you doing? Oh, yeah, the 75 mil stuff and things like the busts and everything. And of course, well, here's some of the parts of this undead zombie giant thing. There's his legs, and there's one of his arms, and there's the other arm right there. So that's what I'm hoping to be painting tomorrow, anyways, if I can get that prepped. We even have the base for him and such. So I think we're caught up. Yes, I think we are. So there's our. Wow, that that wasn't much Egyptian violet, but holy smokes, did that talk about stain. I know this is just gonna look black here. Believe me, there is way more going on than just that. So that's why I'm just trying to dry brush this on here with one of our super beat up brushes, because that, we might have to start wiping that off right away because it's going to be that intense. We'll never get it off of there. That is some serious staining ability, no doubt about it. Just shove all that in here. Good enough. Oh, let's just get some indigo on that sword here. Good enough. Okay, let's go back to our Army of the Dead here. Hey, Velfira, how you doing? And Wolf Parable, nice to see you back. Yeah, actually, Happy Heretic. I'm sure. Oh, I got a whole bunch of, well, some interesting stuff we'll be painting with the oils coming up. Now, of course, it's hard to see the whole thing here. I'll try and back out for you. There, now it's a little bit easier to see. So this is what we did last night, Valfera. Another Minas Morgul to replace the one that we gave as a present. All right, where's my sponges here? Now we're gonna start to sponge some of this away. Gotta be gentle with this, because there's just those, although I have to say if this was a resin, like cast resin figure, it would have already snapped off of those legs, but here, it's doing just fine. So very impressed with this 3D printing stuff. No doubt about it. Yeah, Happy Heretic. Sorry that they're a little bit later for you. I'm trying to do them more for our European friends who they just can't be up at this time. So Zero, this is how we start everything. Even when I started acrylics, even when I started an acrylic miniature, we call that the shaded base coat. Here with the oils, we call it the pre-glaze because, well, we can do it a little bit more glazy and we can wipe it away even more efficiently because, well, it's oils, right? And it's not going to dry. So we always start out like this. In 2D art, we would literally call that priming or prepping the canvas. I stopped calling it that because people got confused. They thought, are you using primer? So I stopped using that term and just started using the pre-glaze term, which there was, I think, a little bit easier for people to understand. Kaylin, how are you doing? Nice to see you. Welcome back to Middle Earth. So yeah, we just showed this from last night. So again, I'm not going to try and back out again, but a little replacement Minas Morgul right there with a whole bunch of a little orc parade going on. I think we're all caught up now, right? I think we're all caught up. So we're doing, these are from Highlands Miniatures, and again, let's see if I can find the other one. Yeah, okay, so that's this one. So what they did with every single pose is they did a spear version and a sword version. There's 3 different shields. So you can put whatever shield you want on whatever guy. If I wanted to, I could put the more the lozenge shield down there, or where's the broken shield? So I could have put that shield down there. I've been printing out a bunch of these extra shields just because, well, for basing, right, would be really great to have. All right, let's get to our next one. Let's see, I've been doing the pre-glaze, and it's been working really well. I've run into a few snags. Yep, that is the important thing. Essentially, that's what we call this up here, opaque alley, because your lighter colors, those are going to be the opaques. Your darker colors, those are going to be transparent or semi-transparent. That's a bit like, a bit the opposite, right, of acrylics. Typically, your lighter colors sometimes don't cover very well. The other thing with the oils is less is more, and more is way too much. So if you have too much liquid in the brush, too much paint on the brush, you'll see us doing dry brushing. And when I mean dry brushing, I mean dry brushing. I mean, like, there ain't hardly any paint on that brush. That's how dry it is. Yep, Zero. Now, if you've seen the Patreon video that I did comparing the Terra Rosa to Burnt Sienna directly, even though they're both Pigment Red 101, one is cooked, the other one is not, and Burnt Sienna is super transparent, and it's also shiny, whereas Terra Rosa is very opaque and dries very flat. So even though they're both Pigment Red 101, that is why I beg people not to rely on pigment numbers, because they are tricksy and they are false and they will lead you astray. Because you could say, oh, but it's pigment this. It's like, yeah, is it cooked? How has it been ground? And it could vary from one company to the next. Because Williamsburg's Egyptian violet is very different from diazonine violet. Even though they're both technically pigment violet 23 or whatever the heck it is, they are not the same. And it's sometimes a lesson people just gotta learn the hard way. Hey, Farce Returns, how you doing? Actually, Farce Returns, a couple of people, they've talked about the Venetian red. It's not really a fanchon red, but I think some folks have had some success with the Venetian red. See, there we go. See, there's Happy Heretic saying that Venetian red has some chops to it. And last night, Grim was saying that an awful lot of 2D artists prefer Fanchon Red over cadmiums. How many times have I said that, yeah, I kind of like the Fanchon better than cadmium? That's why you don't see cadmiums anymore. At least not cadmium red, anyways. Oh, look at that. Look at that staining ability of the Egyptian violet. Is that not incredible? Man, that's barely been on there a few minutes, and it's stuck to it, baby. It's not going anywhere. All right, I'll let him sit there. Let's get back to our Army of the Dead here. Where's my small filbert brush? Yeah, Grim, these have been holding up way better than I expected. I think the bristles are a little bit longer, so they've been doing pretty well. So Killen, Galadil says that it matches their here now. So Happy Heretic using the Naples yellow hue. Happy Heretic, how do you find the Naples yellow hue? Does it have a little extra intensity to it versus, say, just a regular bog standard yellow? Or sorry, Naples yellow. Never used Naples yellow. Then there's also, what was the one? Oh, French Indian Red. That's the one that we got. That was Pigment Red 102, because for whatever reason in the eastern portions of Europe, they just can't get Terra Rosa. Don't know why, they just can't. Look at the difference that just made, huh? Doesn't take much, and again, very much a dry brush. There is practically new paint on that brush, just the way we like it. And the palette is nothing more than just a piece of parchment paper that is temporarily glued to a piece of cardboard, because then I can just pull that thing off and chuck it in the garbage. Yeah, I think, Grim, I might have to snag a few more of these. Like the ones that you got, I'll just snag, one or two more of them just so that I have them, because they're kind of nice, I gotta say. So look at that, right? No time at all of a sudden, we have that nice little bit of greenish glow to it. But look how it's picking up the pre-glaze. Something we always have to keep in mind. Oh, let's see. It's a Winton color. So Vetbod, if you're getting brushes, well, I just got these from Dick Blick here. Now it's just you get some of these filberts, because you know how much I love filbert brushes. I mean, typically we make our own homemade filbert brushes like this. So thank you so much, Sammy Poo. That is appreciated. Thank you very much. But don't forget, also with the Princeton, this is the key thing here, is the liner brushes. Now you can get the Cotmans as well. They have liner brushes too, but these have really been rugged and really taken quite a beating. So they're both the same. The Velvet Touch from Princeton. It's just this is the 18-0 liner, and then there's the 4 and probably what, the 6. Yep, 4 and a 6 right there. So I think we're okay. We got that one. Let's see. Ninja Kitten. There is no specific brand to these things. I mean, this is the best that I can tell you right here. Fantasy latex-free foam. That's it. Guess they're made in New York, because yeah, there's just a bag. So there's no details or anything like that. I can't give you anything more specific than that. I wish I could, but there's just no other information on the package there. It does not say anything about oil resistant or anything like that. So yeah, I never heard of oil resistant before. Uh, Unfortunately, makeup sponges are, I mean, they're not necessarily my expertise. I just happened to get those. I just saw the word makeup sponge, so I just got them. And they just happened to be latex free. I didn't specifically order those, but they showed up and I noticed that they were better. I noticed they were different right away, and then when I used them, I noticed they were better, so then I kept getting those. And I just assumed that them being latex free was the difference. Now, where the heck did my other one go? Look at this. Ah, look at the difference already with just a little bit of the dry brushing there. Okay, that's good. That's good, Ninja Kitten. How much were they? Were they what, 6, 7, 8, $9, something like that? It's been actually a little while since I last ordered them, and I'm just gonna probably get some more myself, just in case they start to run low or whatever. Oh, look at this! Look at that! Do you see how it just mixes with that pre-glaze right there? You can see it is because that black stuff or that dark pearline black that was not there a second ago. And again, we'll keep going with some more of our little bit of dry brush action here. So yeah, these were the original makeup sponges I got, and there would be little pieces left on the miniature and other things going on. Of course, I didn't cut these up, so maybe that didn't help either. But yeah, these are that's why I keep these around, just to show people the difference between the two of them here. I mean, look at that difference. Very squishy. That not so much. And as you can see, it's not going to rip and tear like the other one. So if it bought that, yeah, that sounds like what I got. It's a pack of 100, and it's probably $8, $9, something like that. I think I'll probably be getting some tomorrow, just to have them. Uh, so, so Thranuel, I hope that you're doing well. I hope you didn't have such a bad week. Oh, wait a minute, here we go. I ordered some oils, and I haven't seen any confirmation of the pursues. Oh, hey, Mini Scribbler, how you doing? Sorry, the chat just kind of got crazy there. So thanks, Sammy Poo and Mini Scribbler. How you doing? I saw your Instagram post there. And again, thank you so much for all the gift subs and everything. That is much appreciated, of course. Wow, look at this, the difference that makes. It's a simple, stinking dry brush. That's all it is. That's all we're doing right there. And of course, that's our homemade fluorescent oils. Now, I don't have a label on that one because that was a redo. The other one I just can't find. So it's the green stuff oil, fluorescent pigments, linseed oil. There is a touch of my thinner in there as well. So Mini Scribbler, nice to see you back. I'm also completely messed up as to what day of the week it is because we've been streaming on different days. Kathy's been streaming, not streaming on different days. It's really, really, really confusing, to say the least. I have no idea what's going on here. So yeah, I figure there's only so much I can mess up and claim that anything isn't. It was precisely as you meant it to be, right? Much like a wizard arrives when they precisely mean to. You can say, I meant to do that. Now, that's not that giant Cthulhu, that 2-foot tall thing that I've seen some people working on. Because, of course, that would be a good candidate for the oils, no doubt. So Thranuel, yes, some of the later videos have that in the golds. There's also a lot of the Twitch sessions too. And I also use the Indian yellow in the TMM. So, and I just actually, the latest video up on YouTube has that. And here, oh, here's our elf right there. We certainly were mixing the Indian yellow in with our various metallic golds, no doubt about it. So Valefair, I hope that things are going a little bit easier this week. There was a couple of weeks there where things weren't super fun. I hope that just on a consistent basis now, maybe things are a little better. Look at all that extra dark in there. Wow, that is just really incredible. So it did not take very long to get these two with their lighter greens. Now we're gonna grab our paper towel and we'll do a nice deep clean on this brush right here. Look at that. Look at how clean that is. It's shocking how clean that is. Now, no water, no cleaner, none of that kind of junk. Thranduil, it all depends what is going on around the miniature. If there's a reason to use it, maybe there's a lot of greenery around it. Well, then that might not be too bad. These days, I think I just kind of stick with the Perline Black, which is a much more forceful dark green as opposed to the olive green. Oh, and it won't completely envelop the Arkham horror game. Oh, okay. Oh, yeah, I see what you mean. Sammy Poo. Actually, you know what? That's how that used to get him too, and 2-packs. But it doesn't seem like they come in the 2-packs anymore. Yeah, I'm trying to think the last time I actually saw those in the 2-packs. I couldn't tell you when. So I think we're caught up. Now I will give that's some of the wicker armor. All right, now let's hit a little bit of this lighter coat into our Egyptian violet. Let that get lightened up just a bit by this dry brush right here. But you can see how it's mixing, so not a dry brush. It's a dry brush that's not a dry brush. A little bit more of our Indian yellow here, I think. Or no, sorry, brilliant yellow pale. Little brilliant yellow pale. Then we're going to have to get some blues into this, I think. We just want that hint of violet because where's our original? So there's our original betrayer there. We're just trying to get a hint of those purple just to sort of hint at that he is part of our Harad there. So, I mean, you could still use olive green. Like I said, I sort of prefer the Perline Black these days. The olive green is a warmer green than the Perline Black. The Perline Black is more like phthalo green mixed with black. Now, I do have those, Custodes, a whole bunch of Custodes that'll be some, I don't know, maybe I even have enough to do an army painting series on them. That could be interesting. Okay, there we've got a little bit on our sword, just trying to get some of that lighter tone there. Now we're going to let that set so wait, I'm going to hit the tainted over here real quick. Here, let me get some of that. And some of our, what is that? The radiant. Just throw that over the tainted here real quick. Because he had much more of a bluish look to him. There's actually a little bit of the Egyptian violet still on the brush there, which is hilarious. Now we'll go back over to these guys. We'll hit the bases with this in a couple areas that are not supposed to be that green. There we are on his. These are just those broken pieces of the Stoneworks molds that we were doing on some of our terrain pieces. And when they broke, instead of trying to glue them together, I said, the heck with it. I thought I was just going to use them for broken terrain, and as it turns out, they're kind of handy for basing bits, so even better. Hey, Thousand Young. We will welcome in Thousand Young. Keeping an eye on you all the time. How you doing? I hope that the sculpting is going well. I'm just going to grab a couple of my 18 zeros here. That's the 10-0. I guess we have another 18 over here. Which one are we going to... Okay, we're going to ditch that one, I think. Keep this one over here. So Chris K, how are you doing? Sorry if I missed you there. And Chapman, how you doing? So Chris K, if you check out the blog, whatever the, oh gosh, I don't even know what they were called. I just called them the Mechanicas. Gee whiz, where the heck is that faction here? Let me see if I can find it. So it was whatever the Titan was that they had for these guys. It was about I want to say 10 inches, a foot tall or something like that. I did one of those back in the day. Yeah, that was for these guys here. Where's the... Oh, yeah, so I think that Titan was about 2.5 times as tall as the big guy that's in the back there. I have no idea what it's called. It was it was a commission army that I had to do. Well, Thranuel, I hope that that arrives quickly. I think that you'll like the Perline Black especially. I know I sure do. That has been an incredible find, and the only reason I even found it is just because I was doing some research on colors. I just happened to look at the history of it, and it said it was used as a printer's ink for a long time before it was ever used for paints. So I said, oh, I gotta give this a try. This could be interesting. And, well, thus Indigo Green was born. Now you finished the first sculpt. Well, that's cool. Yeah, Thousand Young. If you wanna send me that on Instagram or something like that. Now, if you can do the sports on there, that might not be a bad thing, because, well, I'll just be using the Cheeto Box auto supports because that's all I've got the time and the knowledge for. So yeah, we won't be doing a super fancy job of doing supports on it, but it would be really neat to see what you've been working on, no matter what. Here, and that we're gonna get a little bit of our, again, our lighter green on the sword blade there. Yeah, now the Perline Black is really fabulous. I mean, we certainly used it here on our trolls. That really came up aces for us. And yeah, here's well, here's some of the previous batch here that we did. We'll be adding in our Terra Rosa and some of our other corrosion effects too. And then weathering the shields here and there where possible. Again, just trying to find some more of my lights here. We also have to think about some cooler versions of this. And we certainly used, where's our landscape of Middle-earth? We used the radiant turquoise with the fluorescent green a lot, and that was really nice to change that color from the warmer green to the cooler green. Okay, yeah, Thousand Young, because I don't think we got the Facebook connection, so that might be the best way. Now we're doing some of that bluish green here. Let's get some of that on his sword blade down here. Back here. So we don't want to have just that same warm green everywhere over and over again. That radiant turquoise and the whatchamacallit, the fluorescent green, they really go together very well. They make a good team. Yeah, you really can't go wrong with the Instagram. That has been really big. I know people had to persuade me to make an Instagram thing, and boy, I'm really glad that I did years ago, because that has been really huge for getting the word out. Use a little bit more of the brilliant yellow pale here. Start to think about the, got to do the eyes here too, right? We want to have the glowing eyes here. Let's get some of the green down in there just to get started with this. Boom. And boom. And then we'll get some of our lighter greens here on these armor plates. So these are, again, are from Highlands Miniatures here. It's their Transylvania skeleton boyars. I believe that's the name that they have for them. Oxmont, nice to see you again. Hey, Drax. Let's see, have you printed any of the Archvillain? Oh yeah, tons of them. So Chapman, it's kind of interesting. I was using that, remember the resin I was telling you about, the frozen, that sort of high detail, was it called aqua gray or whatever? Actually, the Archvillain ones, those were printing out really, really reliably. Let me see if I can find him here. He's around here somewhere. Where did he go? I'm gonna have to turn my light on so that I can see it. Actually, all of these are Archvillain. Yeah, all of this is, and it's actually the undead stuff. Yeah, their newest release. I forget what the heck they call it. No, where's that? Where's the big guy? Here he is. I printed out one of the miasmas, but I was using my smoky black on that, and that printed out okay. So yeah, here's this guy with the wings and the axe head here. So yeah, that's I printed out 3 of those. I think 2 of them. Well, no, I think I printed out maybe 2 of them in that, and then another one in the smoky black, maybe. I'd have to look again. Drax, yeah, I'll try to snag some of those because they would be nice for doing some detail things where maybe just the brush is going to get beat up a little bit in the process. So I'm gonna definitely have to snag those. Thanks for finding those and let me know about them. So yeah, Drax, don't be surprised if you see them popping up. I don't know, around about a week or so from now on one of the episodes here or in a video. Yeah, don't be surprised if you see those. So again, we're just continuing with more of these. Again, the Undead Boyars. Now these were printed in the smoky black, actually. Yeah, these are printed in the smoky black. And is this the, nope, here we go. So there's your, again, there's 2 files. Same guy, one with the sword, one with the spear, very ingenious. And then there's 3 different shields that you can use. Hey, Queez, how you doing? Okay, yeah, 1,000 Young, even if you just send the, well, let's see. I guess if it's an STL file, I should at least just be able to see it. I was thinking that it would have to be something else, but no, if it's, I should be able to see that if it's just an STL. Never mind. Just don't mind me. Just losing my mind. It's been that kind of a week. Wow, Thranduil, let's see. So you found a cellar of Williamsburg in the EU. Wow, Thranduil, that's you're gonna have to share. You'll have to share that info with a lot of the other Euros there. Now that you're the discoverer of the, you got the holy grail of info right there, where to get the Williamsburg stuff in Europe. So yeah, you're a leg up on a lot of other folks. Here, I'll just there's a little bit of a fur lining, I guess, on his boot over there. So Megan, I hope that you're doing well. So I don't know if you guys had a chance to see it now. I guess we're gonna have to zoom out here because everything is zoomed up close for small miniatures. So this was last night's landscape here. Since we don't have our original Minas Morgul, I did another one here. And of course we have the parade of Orkies there. And I thought it'd be fun to have the torch light there to kind of match the Mordor light in the sky. Whoops, not the right guy. Here's the guy. Back to our lighter green once again. Here, let's get the top of the skull a little bit lighter here. Let's move some of this stuff out of the way. So, make it a quiz. I hope that you guys had yourself a good Friday. I keep thinking it's Thursday or some other day. I am very mixed up as to what days of the week it is. The streaming schedules and stuff all were kind of wacky and out of order, and that kind of makes your brain messed up. Thank you so much, Quiz. We could certainly use several of these, so that is appreciated. And if everybody could please give Drax a follow, that would be great. Yeah, sorry I didn't get to hang out in the streams this week, Drax. It was a weird week. Very, very strange. Were you doing just kind of shooting to all fields again this week? No one overarching project? Thank you. Oh, thanks again. Hey, well, merci, Elgard. I appreciate that, and welcome aboard. Bonjour. And yeah, it's really weird when the extent of my French is je ne sais pas français. That's the extent of my French. That is all I know, at least in a sentence, which is very sad considering that I had 4 years of that in high school. And there was a point where I could read and write. In fact, I couldn't speak it and I couldn't understand it when it was spoken to me, but I could at least read and write it, which is not really useful so much these days. Wasn't really useful then, I guess, either. So we're working on a Chimera. Yeah, Drex, I'm still bummed about the whole Chimera thing. They had sent a box here with some miniatures in it with those Chimera paints, and of course the post office decided to send it here even though we had a hold mail because we were 1,000 miles away at ReaperCon, and we didn't know that they sent it, and it ended up going back to Spain after 2 months or something like that, and they were gonna maybe bring the stuff to Adepticon in 2020. Well, you know what happened there. Hey, Oxmont. Let's see. So we'll check out Moria in just a second here. We're just trying to keep up what's going on with the chat here. Just want to make sure we know who everybody is. So, well, there's a little bit of French. There's a little bit of French about to pop in here because, of course, we have the Mimes of Moria. Something like, oof, man. You think the City of the Dead is scary? That's like Party Town compared to this place. This is really, really scary. I don't want nothing to do with these guys. I don't want anything to do with these because yeah, that is the Mimes of Moria right there. And yes, they are goblins. I never know how to pronounce it. It's Lutin. Is that Lutin or Lutan? I never know which way. Haha, there we go. I'm glad it's that's not too different. So yes, top hats, berets, of course, striped shirts, and look at Charles de Gaulle. Look at Charles de Gaulle. He's sitting there like, man, why is Marshal Pétain not listening to me? There we go. 2-star general, but hey, that's a very stylish mustache. And where's our? There we go. There's Francois, and there's Pierre. They thought they were the stars of the team. They never did any blocking or tackling. They did know how to toss goblins, though. They did that very well. And of course, this was back in 2006 when they did not have plastic goblins. So those are all metal goblins and trolls that all had to be hacked apart with clippers and files and such, and then given the treatment. Here, where's my scene? Do we have my scene? There we go. Now we're back. So Lutan, I thought so, because there were people trying to tell me that it wasn't that, and I said, I think it is. I think it is. So yeah, there's actually one sign that said Lutan National, because, you know, you got to have something like that. You have to have Goblin Nation. So at least I had that particular pronunciation in the ballpark. So I just giving him a little bit of skelly stuff on his fingers there. There's a lot going on with these. You think, oh, it's just a skeletal, whatever, but there's some stuff. They did some details on these guys here. They did not skimp on the details, even though they're just skelly friends. Yeah, it was really embarrassing. It was really embarrassing. I just, for whatever reason, and even now, if someone speaks it to me, I have no idea. But if it's written down somewhere, I can just at least sort of look at it and maybe just have a mental picture of what the words. All right, so there's our little skelly friend down in the corner. A skelly friend for a skelly. Oh yeah, look, we just drop this here. And bam, look at that, right? No screwing around, no layers and layers and layers. Oh, where's our... We're continuing Green Week, right? Because we started out with these guys. Then we did, you know, our Minas Morgul here. So, you know, more green last night. And of course, we did this. This is the... Oh gosh, I forgot to put this on the Patreon page today. Well, I guess we'll do it later tonight after the stream. But yes, people wanted to see Dark Angels. This is the Dark Angel right here. We did our freehand stuff there, and obviously lots of the metal type effects there, of course. So I knew I was forgetting something all day long. I can only imagine there, Dano. And happy Saturday, of course. I'm sure it's a Saturday for a few folks here in the chat already. We got a ways to go until it's Saturday here. And we got some prepping to do for that big guy tomorrow. Could take a little while just to primer him. Thank you so much, Elgarood. I appreciate that. Oh my goodness. Yeah, let's. I really do like the way they did the armor on these guys. And of course, we have to get our Terra Rosa and our corrosion stuff in here as well. Now look at the difference. Bam. And that's how quick it's happened. So what is it? We're an hour in, and you know, we've been working on 3 miniatures right here. It does not take very long, does it? Let's see if we can't do some lighter stuff here again. Another go round with the dry brush there. Maybe a little lighter here. Where's that brilliant? There you are. Some of that brilliant yellow pale. We also want to do our core colors too, which means going back and getting some of that radiant turquoise, or turquoise as we sometimes say. So these are from Highland Miniatures, Dano. Now, these are reduced 10% in size, I believe. I think either 10, or I think these are 10%, because Highlands Miniature stuff is bigger. Where the heck is that winged hussar? So this is Highland Miniatures at normal size. And there's Lord of the Rings size. So yeah, you'll want to reduce these to make them more appropriate Lord of the Rings scale. So yeah, that was reduced at least 10%, I believe, to make it fit. And this is their October pledge. Now, gosh, there's no way I can get to them right now. There's just too much stuff laying around here. But if you check out, I don't know what they're called, but I'm using them as Dale warriors because they look just like the GW Dale warriors. They could be Dale knights, I suppose, but they've got heavy armor and some shields on them, and they've got the kind of snazzy headdresses. See, we just made that a little bit cooler on the underside of that shield. I don't know what they're called. They're called Daughters of something. I don't know if you'll get that because you get the welcome pack, you get the current month, and maybe, well, no, I got those because those were the current, or the first, no, the previous months. I don't know if you'll get those or not, but those make really, really, really excellent Dale Wars, and I dropped those. I'm going to drop those down 7%, I think. It's weird. I've noticed since some of the Diwali stuff is small, because where the heck are those? Are they in here? Yeah, so these, for all intents and purposes, are the Diwali Black Numenorians, but they are way smaller than the Rangers. This is a Diwali Ranger, and this has got to be at least somewhere between 8 to 10% bigger than those Black Numenorians. Oh, Dana, we were talking about the Titan, no, the Loot Studios camels. Uh, let's see. Yeah, that's not a bad size. Maybe a tiny bit bigger, but I think I reduced that about 20% or so from what it originally was. Oh, and here's here. Let's break out some more of these. So these are the Highland miniatures. Here's some of the shields again. So that's the nifty broken one right there. And you got the this pose here, the guy with the sword, and then there should be a shield or a spear version of him here somewhere. That one's a very interesting one. So we'll keep this around so that we can maybe show folks later on. Yeah, Dano, actually I'm almost out of smoky black again. Yes, the bottle that I just got maybe a week ago, week and a half ago maybe, that's almost gone. We've had to print some larger things though, and I think that's really, well, that giant from our imprintable terrain, which we're painting tomorrow, that used up, it's hollow, but it did use up a decent amount of resin because it's giant, like most giants I guess tend to be. We'll take some of this, a touch of that phthalo green-ish maybe. Let's throw some of that on our base here. I don't want too much, but I know in our other Army of the Dead we've been doing a little bit of a greenish cast on down onto the base, so let's do that here too. All right, let's get to our lighter lights like we did on this guy right here. Let's do that now. Back to that much lighter color here. Let's get a little bit of our floral green into that. That's our homemade fluorescent green. Making use of our 18 zeros. We got to get the glowy stuff in his eyes, of course, too. Almost forgot about that. Like I said, we'll come back into this with our a little pin line washes that we've done of our Asphaltum, Terra Rosa, and
So say we all! So say we all!
I think some Van Dyke Brown too. And Hunt You Down. Thank you so much for the gift sub to the Farce Returns. Hunt You Down. That is appreciated. So Quiz and Megan, I hope you guys are going to have some fun stuff to do over the weekend. Maybe not super big plans, but just something. Maybe some more miniature paint. Oh, Megan, that was really looking fantastic. Yeah, the expression on the victim's face there is pretty much exactly what you'd want to see. I don't know if you've come to any sort of conclusion as to what you wanted to do on that base. Yeah, you can't go wrong with some marble. A little bit of marble. You could do if you do a lighter colored marble, then you could have some blood drops on there. Oh, there you go. Yeah, some kind of almost like a white marble floor with some blood spatters on it. There you go. You can't go wrong with blood spatters and vampires, can you? So Elgard Road. Some of these are commissions, and then obviously things like the bust that we painted. These were more just to help out Printomancer because their Kickstarter campaign is going right now for their STL files here. But the Lord of the Rings stuff is all for me to play because I think I've got I'm basically making every single army of Middle Earth. So here we'll just flash through some of what we're doing. So we have an entire army of the dead, big old army of the dead. We have an ever increasing, here we go, Moria army here. I think I've got about 25 little gobos to go with Bernie the Balrog. We also have a Moria dragon. We've also got, oh yeah, the, what is that, the Dweller in the Dark. Here, we've got, we're building all kinds of terrain here. There we go. There's some of our Rohan terrain. We've even started building some Easterling buildings. Here's some of our Rohan stuff. That's the Watchtower and Blacksmith. Yes, we were crazy enough to build a windmill. We also have the archery range, a stable. We have the not-so-great Hall of Erkenbrand. And of course, there's Rohan in flames. And here's the armies that are setting it on fire. There's our Dunlendings and let's see, what is that? The Wolves of Isengard Legendary Legion. We have a big old Minas Tirith army, Dol Amroth. We've got, these are 3D printed Iron Hills dwarves right here. Of course, we've done several Ents. We've done eagles. And let me see, let me get up to our, some more of our Lord of the Rings stuff here. Now, of course, these are some of our army painting series here, but there's some more of our Gobbo friends. Those are from the Printing Goes Ever On. Actually, we've done the Mandalorians. We don't play Star Wars Legion or anything like that. I will be hopefully at some point doing some Warcry. My Ossiarchs is what I would really love to use for that. Let me see if we've got my not my Lizardmen, not the Tomb Kings. Here we go. So there's some of our Dol Amroth army. That's just a pinch of it right there. We've got a whole bunch of Mordor stuff that we've been building up. We have a very large Rohan army. Got about probably, wow, I want to say 1,000 points or so of that one. We're starting to really build up a large Harad army as well. So yeah, we've got a lot of different Lord of the Rings armies that we've been working on. And of course, 3D printing is very helpful. We also play bolt action. Actually, right now, I still have the four bolt action battle reports on the YouTube channel. I think I've got, 17 different bolt action armies in various stages of either finished or painting them. Yeah, at least that many. Well, heck, 5 of them are French, yes. And well, that's always been my favorite army. Let me see if I can scroll up to that here real quick like. Where's my, here we go. So, yeah, there was my Winter Soviets, Winter Americans. This was my 1944 Fallschirmjägers. And we love our early war stuff, whether it's desert or European. And here's that's a scene from the Battle of Arras right there. And there's that is the bridge to Nouvion. And there's my early war French. I've got a huge early war French army. I'm in a gigantic early war French army. It's it's easily a couple of 1,000 points worth of that, I'm sure. Easily. Whoops, there we go. Oh, thank you so much, Elgarud. I appreciate that. Yeah, I really enjoy, I kind of enjoy the Lord of the Rings stuff because I can almost approach it as like a historical fantasy kind of a thing. So it kind of still can sort of settle that historical itch right there instead of just being a straight up fantasy, right? Oh, thank you so much, Thranuel. I appreciate that. I'm just glad that you were able to find an EU source for those things, because I know folks have really been trying to find some kind of a reliable, good EU source for especially like the Williamsburg and the Gamlins. All right, let's get our opposing light there. So we're just going to put this here. We'll grab this as a blending brush, and we're just going to take this here, and we'll just yank it that away. See that? It's not just light versus dark, but also warm versus cool. Let's see. I heard most of what you said, and then there was okay. Yeah, Megan, if you do like a white marble or something like that on that base, and you do some blood spatter on it, that could really, that could tell quite the story. I mean, there's a lot of story just going on with the miniatures themselves, and now the basing kind of tacks on to that story a little bit more. Oh, so you're still hunting down the Gamlin, okay? I thought it was you had found Williamsburg and Gamlin. I'm like, wow, Thranuel's cup runneth over with fantastic oil paints. So Elgarode, if you check out the YouTube channel, I'm just James Wapple on YouTube. There's a bunch of stuff there. Obviously, well, we also take all of these sessions here. So if you want to see the session where the original batch of these guys was painted, you can. That's a highlight. So all of the older session. Oh, where's our yeah, all that Moria stuff. And here is our Dweller in the Dark. This is just a Bones miniature that we painted up. Actually, our Moria Dragon was also a Bones miniature. Yeah, Megan. Now, of course, I know there's a couple of different ways people approach doing the marble. I know some folks they'll take like cheesecloth and an airbrush or something and do it that way. I know for me, I just love using the oils for that. I don't know. You've seen me do that several times with the oils. Thank you so much, Armored Wolf. And yeah, the Patreon page. If you think there's a lot of tutorials just on the YouTube channel, well, wait till you see the Patreon page. You do the Army Painter pledge level, there's basically 900 hours worth of tutorials. Every single one that I have ever filmed since 2013. That's scary. It's kind of scary to think of that. And this is the latest one. I forgot to put this up on the Patreon page today, but we'll do it after we're done here. So this was, I call it my chapter study series. We've done Dark Angels, we've done Imperial Fists, and we've done Blood Angels. So all with the oils, and just to show people how to, well, do the most common chapters. She hasn't touched it once, and her skin sizzled and smoked. Hey, Lamines. Zero, thank you so much for checking us out here. I will be streaming tomorrow again. I would really love to be able to start more like 4 or 4:30, but it's more likely that it's between 5 and 6, as much as I would love to start earlier. If I do, if I can, I will. I just kind of doubt it. Just it's kind of worked out that way lately. And Lamines, thank you so much. Oh, Lamines, I printed out actually at least 3 or so. I think it was 4 of the clay of the cyanides. Their supports are done in a very different way. I'll tell you that. I know you just do all your own supports, so you're just like, what do you mean they're different? Yeah, I just do my own. But they're certainly really different than all the other supports that I've ever seen. Vastly different. they don't do a common platform between all of them. Every support is its own platform, which that can get interesting, to say the least. When every support is its own platform, as far as taking it off the plate there, that can get interesting. All right, well, Thousand Young, thank you so much. You know, we're always keeping an eye on you. See you later. But thanks, and yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing the file. Thousand Young, that will be spectacular. So, Laminus, where's our? Oh, here's our landscape from last night. Now, again, it's gonna be kind of hard to see everything that's going on because it's a little bit bigger than what we're working on now. But we're still in our green period. This this whole week is all green. I don't know. It was not planned. Let me tell you, it was not planned that way. It just kind of worked out that way. That was the last thing I had on my mind, was doing lots of green stuff this week. And that's not the sculpting either. We're going to continue to add our lighter color. Then we got to come back in, like I said, with some of that darker rust, then the lighter rust. Oh, why don't we get some light up here too on the top of that sword blade? Now it's damaged too. We got to make sure we get some nice little chipping and such and weathering on that sword. Yeah, I'm gonna have to print up some of the, oh, was it the Highland Miniatures? Some of their Imperial, well, not Imperial Guards, some of their Empire, and paint those up in some of the like, and I think Averland was one of the color schemes we were talking about for them. I might add some additional what's already there. Okay. So yeah, Lamines, those crazy, it's kind of like they have their own individual platforms for each support, and they don't really want to come off all that easily. Uh, Dark Elf James, thank you so much. Uh, what I could do is I could send you another message later tonight after the stream, but if you check out the general techniques and you look for, there's a couple episodes where I do the thing where I'm mixing the paint in the jars. That's not a bad one, but you might also want to check out the color theory in oils episode. There's like 8 or no, I think there's 10 of them now, but it's where I take the oils and we do these kind of color chart things like this. That could be real useful for you. Not actually painting a miniature in those, but they're all in that general technique section. And again, they are the color theory in oils. And I think I just put the 10th one up there. Yeah, I think it was the 10th one already. It kind of talks about different colors. It talks about different mixes of colors. And that might be really, really useful for you to get started with. Now, as far as the finishing off the miniatures, if I feel like I really need to, once the paint dries, this is the same stuff I use on my acrylic miniatures, and it's fantastic because you just brush this stuff on. It's Army Painter Anti-Shine. There's about 2 seconds out of the year here where it's anywhere near acceptable weather for spraying anything. So I just forego the spraying of stuff and we go directly to the brush on. And that stuff is really spectacular. Really like it. Now here I'm going to use that radiant blue minus that fuzz on the end of the brush. Maybe a little less paint too. Oh, and Dark Elf James, that what I was just doing here, taking some paint off the brush. That's just another vital thing when it comes to oils. Less is more. More is way too much. Not lots of liquid. Not lots of liquid on the brush. We're using the Mona Lisa odorless paint thinner. Speedball is the main brand. Get this at Michael's, Hobby Lobby, Dick Blick, Amazon. And the brush cleaner is very simple too. Look at this. Added bonus. Dried acrylic and oil color. It's not hazardous, no vapor, and it's Winsor Newton. so it's not going to be hard to find. I just get it on Amazon. So Dan, I'm glad that those were helpful for you, because Dano, those helped me a lot too. Those were actually very helpful. Now, let me see if I can find here. Where's the ones that I did that had a lot of comparisons on them? Let me see if I can find some of those. They are around here somewhere. They're around here somewhere. I don't know exactly where they might have gone off to, but those are really useful. Let me see if I can find those here. They're kind of buried, of course. Looks like they're super, super buried. I'm going to just head over here, see if I can grab these. Here we go. Here's some of them. I think this is one of the more recent ones. Yeah. So this was more of a comparison here of things like Terra Rosa to French Indian Red. And then we did so I think that's what their Terra Rosa right there. Then we did one of these little kind of portrait type things after doing our little color chart thing like this. So that was one of the more recent ones. And then we did another test for some darker type skin tones. And we did another portrait with the darker skin. Which one? There he is. So you might want to check those out. They're kind of fun to film in a way. Oh, and the other thing too, oh gosh, do I even have that chart up here? Nope, that's downstairs still. But where's my Dark Angel? So in this video, you'll see one of my past color charts. And in my Lumineth series, you'll also see me breaking out some color charts. And that's how I decided on the color scheme, was by looking at some of my color charts. It basically becomes like a library for you. Think of it like a painting library. All right, Thranio, I know it's really, really late for you there. I appreciate you hanging out, and thanks so much for the kind words. And I'm really glad that you were able to at least find a Williamsburg source for right now. Yeah, and I hope you find a Gamlin source, because I think you'll like those radiant paints. But actually, Thranio, I think you'll like the Perline Black better than the olive green. It's not like olive green is bad. It's just the Perline Black is more flexible. You can use it in more ways than the olive green. Let's see. So Luminous, I guess, how transparent are you fixing to make the skin tones? And is this almost going to be sort of like a robotic type effect, right? Or it might be some sort of android underneath the skin or whatever. Let's see. I'm trying to find something here. So yeah, I get the nice thing about when you're making your pin line washes just with your oils, you have way more depth of color than the MIG ammo or the AK. The AK interactive paints, and well, both of those, they're just very weak when it comes to actual color. Whereas here, you're using your full-on artist oils that have some nice, serious color in them. Like if you do a pin line wash of Egyptian violet, you're gonna notice it. It's gonna be amazing what you see with your pin line wash of Egyptian violet. And whereas the oil brushers and that sort of stuff, I mean, I've used them for years. It's not like I don't like the oil brushers. Definitely stay away from those opt-tiling things. Oof. If only Grumdy were in here. He was in here last night. Just ask Grumdy and a few other folks. What happened with the opt-tilings? Oh my goodness. Yeah, so Thranio, actually, I think that olive green, you might even like that. You know, oh, actually, Thranio, wait a second. Let me go back up here. This is Oh, I think this was actually we filmed this. Yeah, this is for the Patreon page, I think. Where the heck are they here? Nope, I think I already passed it up. Where are the... No, that's not them. That's not them. Oh, there they are. So, see that one in the upper right-hand corner, Thranual? That was a Patreon video. That was olive green mixed with interference green. So watch that video. Yeah, that was olive green. That was the last time I used it, I know for sure. Check that one out because I think you might find that one interesting. Ah, brown matter is, well, I like that one too. I like that one. Luminous, I think that should work. Yeah, you might want to mix a little bit of the color shifting stuff in with your skin tone though, because you could end up with a serious texture difference. Like you'll have the extreme metallic effect of the color shift, and then it'll look like all of a sudden you just sprayed a whole bunch of dull coat on another area. So you might want to mix a little bit of that in with it. I'm thinking you might have to do that. So yeah, I tried the Optilings. I think it was twice. And oh, they were brutal both times. Very slimy, no traction at all, no grip. And ended up super glossy. Massively glossy. And other folks tried them too, and they said, oof, they thought they were doing something wrong, like I thought I was doing something wrong. And then the more people I talked to, they're like, yeah, I use those, and they were all super glossy and nasty. So that's kind of a common theme whenever I talk to anybody that's used those. As we darken up some areas of the sword blade here. Now, yeah, someone had sent me a number of those, so I really tried to make a go of it, but oof, those were just brutal. Which was kind of a bummer, because I was sort of looking forward to them, but they were not, they did not work out very well at all. Sad to say. All right, now it's time to get some of our rust onto these guys. Terra Rosa, there's some rust for you. Oh, look. It's time here with a little bit of asphaltum, though, because we want our darker rust color. Speaking of some pinline wash, here we go. We took some of the Terra Rosa. We're taking some of the asphaltum. But here we have control over just how much we want liquid-wise here. See, I don't want a ton of it here, so it's not going everywhere. But if I do, well, now I just added some more liquid to it. Oh, look. Now it's a full-on pinline wash. And of course, this is the darker one. We'll be doing a lighter one. So see how that's like a semi-pinline wash there? Here, we'll do that again up here. But now we're going to take even more thinner. Bam. And so I just touched the brush to it and went, psh, look at that. It's spread out over about 5 or 6 panels there. Look at that. Just one touch to it. There's some pinline washes. Bam. Took a few seconds to make the pinline wash, and now we're using it all over here. Thranual, I'm glad that it is fun for you. I really wanted it to be, well, obviously not stressful, right? Don't want to be stressing about stuff. Want everything to be nice and chill. Let's get a little bit of our Terra Rosa right in there. So see, see how it's working its way around the boss on the shield. Let's get some more of our rust down here. We certainly need some on our sword. Look at that. Some nice rust there. So have a good night's sleep there, Thranual, and like I said, hopefully we catch it tomorrow. Now this is the other thing too. Now that there's a little less water in there, I can just spread this around. Now the other thing too with those, I've noticed, because I used a lot of the MIG ammo different washes and filters. That's washes and filters. And I noticed that theirs were much more harsh on the paint, at least existing layers of paint. And here, since we're using a nice gentle, high quality odorless thinner, it's much gentler on the paint. Those previous layers doesn't tend to try and strip those away. So we're darkening the skull around where the eyes are so that shows up a little bit more. Work it some more darks in. It's not just for the rust areas, it's also on the cloak and such as well. Dirty those up a little bit. We won't put the rust on there, but we'll get this, what kind of looks like dirt there. So get to our other guy, do the same thing. Again, just a quickie little homemade pin line wash. I'm going to get a little bit more of the thinner in there. Again, so that just kind of flows more easily. Didn't take very long at all to make that. We used this on vehicles, obviously. Terra Rosa, very much a rust color. It's red oxide after all. But we can't brush this on like it's a normal glaze. We have to just essentially touch the brush to it. Like here, all I do is just touch the brush. That's it. That's all I can do. You kind of let it go where it goes. Do some of that on his helmet here too. See how that just spread right along that line? And the nice thing about this versus, say, your acrylics, you're not going to get any watermarks here. Like, oh, that would be a nasty watermark. We're not going to get one. No water, right? No water, no watermarks. We got a little bit more of the asphaltum here. Again, I'm just looking for a darker rust in there. Let's see if we can do that up here on this top part of the sword blade. Bit more down here. I'll go back to my Terra Rosa. Do I need a little? Nope, nope, I think we're good. Don't need any more thinner on there. Put some on the back of the shield here. Let me throw a little bit more of our rust onto this. A couple areas along the side of it, make it look like it's got some chipping on there, whatever. I'm gonna try and get some more on the top of his helmet right here. So see how that really spread out? Boom. All I did was, again, just touch down there. I can't do anything else. Gotta let that set. It's not going to dry, but it is going to set. You see how this is not so glossy anymore? We gave that, I don't know, 10 minutes max. That's all it took. Now we're going to go with some lighter rust. This is more just straight up Terra Rosa here. Get the difference. Get that on some parts of his armor for sure. These armor plates, and then we'll go one step further with the orange rust. But yeah, all that pin line that just a few minutes ago looked very, very wet, like what we have here. In about 10 minutes time, it wasn't dry. Wasn't dry, but it's set as we welcome in Atomic Walrus. How you doing? So Atomic Walrus, nice to see you again. I think I saw your Instagram post. Was that yesterday or the day before? That's really cool. Yeah, these are from Highland Miniatures, and what's kind of fun is that each pose has two different weapons. So spear or sword. There's 3 different shields. There's the broken one here. There is basically a solid circle. And then you've got the lozenge form. So yeah, each pose, two different weapons, and then 3 separate shields. So, and I think there's 8 sculpts. So it's basically like 8 times 2 times 3. Not bad. And then you throw in some basing, and well, now you've really got a lot of stuff that's different. Some more Terra Rosa here on some of these armor plates. And of course, well, it's Green Week because here's our landscape of Middle Earth that we did. This is last night. So we replaced our Minas Morgul, only this time we have lots of marching orcs headed into Minas Morgul there. Look at that. And of course, our latest video that we just filmed. Some Dark Angels, more green. It's all green this week. Not planned whatsoever. The landscape, these guys was not part of some overall, like, yeah, everything I paint this week will be green. Nope. That was not part of the plan. See, we're getting some of our lighter Terra Rosa into the shield there. And we got green Fairy Studios. Thank you so much. We'll let those all drop right down in there. Thank you very much. So Green Fairy Studios, I hope that you're having a good Friday. Or had a good Friday because, well, now it's, well, let's see. We still got 3.5 hours of Friday here. Some folks have a lot less. Some folks have none because it's already Saturday. Get a little bit more of my rust color there on his other shoe, so to speak. Let's get some of that reddish brown color in the interior of his shield. We might do some with asphaltum in there.
Who enters my domain?
So thank you so much for that raid again. That's appreciated. And if everyone could please give Sverre a follow, that would be fantastic. Yeah, Happy Heretic. Well, we're certainly doing that this week, aren't we? Making lots of folks green with envy. Let's see. So Dan Does Minis was Oxmont, formerly known as Oxmont, is now Dan Does Minis. So that's thanks for sending the info there, Dan, because I would have meant, wait a minute. Let me see. So we'll do that. Yep, we'll do that in a second. Oh, thanks, Very. Yeah, we painted 4 of these guys last. Here's the 2 that we're working on today. We started these about an hour and a half ago. They originally just primer like so. We also have the Shadow Lord here that we are working on. And we also have the Tainted. So here's some more of those. So it does, okay, that good. It matches your Insta as well. And of course, well, we've got lots of, thank you so much, Atomic Walrus, before the host. So yeah, this was last night's painting, and of course, it's all green this week. So we'll see what we have here. Now, of course, what will disappear is all of the rust effects, and thank you so much, Warp Drive Dude.
Hello, little hobbits. Spark my ganja.
Thank you so much for that follow. And here's, again, let's get to our film noir. So you have plenty of shading, but now you don't see warm greens, cool greens. You certainly don't see our Terra Rosa rust anywhere. But you still see plenty of shading here. Now we'll hold him. Let's get these 2, because I think you can really see. So yeah, look at these 2 guys. When we bring back that color intensity, now you see all that rust. So yeah, I think, well, we painted up these 4, what was it? I think 5 hours, right? These 4 guys in our Monday session. And then here's some other stuff that we painted in. Again, that roughly same time period here. These are roughly about 5.5 hours or so, start to finish. So these are from Printomancer. This one we were using some of our magenta fluorescent paints. So again, start to finish from primer to done, somewhere between 5 and 6 hours. Here's our Lilith bust up here. That was also very fun with all the freehand and the fun skin tones. That's what we're going to be using on that army and our new army painting series coming up. And of course, here's our converted Easterling Troll Chieftain. We painted that all up in one session too. And where's our, we like to do units as well. So there's a whole bunch of sessions where we'll take an entire cavalry unit like this and paint up the whole thing, the bases, the miniatures, all in one session. About, I don't know, 8-9 hours or so. This is a recent one here. Again, painted her up all in one session. That's a Loot Studios 72 mil figure. Let's see. Oh, well, Severe. Now I've been doing the miniature painting for 20 years now, and was a 2D artist for years before that. And of course, the emphasis, since it was also commercial art, the emphasis was on speed. It's got to be done in a certain time frame. And well, when you do this stuff for commissions and such, well, you're always working with compressed time frames. And then of course when you're also painting on film and such, doing tutorials, that's another time constraint right there. Oh, thanks, Work Drive Dude. Thank you very much. We'll get you a toast right there. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. So yeah, we've got, well, here's another somewhat larger piece. And we're painting another large one like this tomorrow. So this is our Jeeves and Birdie right here. And this is a, I don't know, 9-10 inches tall or so. We painted this in what, about 8-9 hours or so in one session with the oils. Now the oils are also very helpful for getting stuff painted rapidly. Severe. Now, is there any particular genre that you really like? And if you have any Instagram pictures or something like that of your stuff and you want to show people in the chat, feel free to pop a link into the chat. We certainly want to encourage you to do that. Yeah, let's. We're gonna keep adding some of our corrosion here, and that's the lighter. Here, let's get some of that down here. Ah, there we go. That was the final piece of the puzzle right here. Oh, and thanks, our imprintable. Thank you very much. And of course, I've been showing people the bits and pieces of, well, where's his torso? There he is. So, well, our imprintable knows what this is, because there you go, there he is. Now this is when we ran out of this resin, and then we started printing things out of the smoky black, and we've got his arms, we got the base. We'll be putting him together later tonight, and well, we'll be painting him up tomorrow. Look, there's his base. It's nice and solid too. Really enjoyed the big drain holes there and such. So yeah, that was really cool. We'll be cleaning these things off and getting him ready to go for tomorrow. There we go. And oh, thank you again. Thanks as always for that sub. And here's some more RM printable. Look at this fabulous 72 mil here. We painted this one up on stream. Lots of emphasis on the gold non-metallic here. So look at all the reflected colors. Most of the pre-glaze was just turquoise here. It's mostly phthalo green actually on the pre-glaze there. So again, this is from RM Printable Terrain. Let me see if I can get this back here without knocking over too many other things, because that's what wants to happen, I can see. So we're not going to be able to put that there. We'll just put it over here and just say that's good enough. Let's see, so it's mostly painting 40K and Conquest Fantasy. I want some chibis. Actually, I've never had a chance to paint the Conquest stuff. It's It's a very large scale, which would be fun to work on. To me, I'm convinced that it's got to be almost 40 millimeter scale. And it's either at least the same size as Song of Ice and Fire, if not maybe a little bit bigger. The stuff that I've always seen from Conquest that I've always wanted to paint was that cavalry. Well, this is the cavalry channel still. Technically, it is still the cavalry channel. Now, I don't know if those were some mounted knights or whatever, but I know there was some kind of a cav unit, and that always looked like it would be fun to paint. Let's put some damage into the shield here, of course. So it is around 35 mil. Now, of course, when you get too used to Lord of the Rings scale, everything seems colossal in size. Everything seems absolutely ginormous by comparison, but you know that's Lord of the Rings for you. All right, we've just changed things up a little bit. Some of the white, some of the asphaltum, and I'm gonna put this where there's sort of some skin there, and then here on the inside of the shield. I don't necessarily want rust colors in there, but I want some kind of dingy grayish brown back there, I think. So, geez, Chris, when did they do dwarves? I don't remember them ever doing dwarves. How many races have they done so far, or factions, or whatever you want to call it, Chris? I haven't kept up on it very much. I'd have to go look at it to see. Let me see. So the household knights are mounted, and they're okay. So the household knights, yeah. So if I was ever gonna paint the conquest stuff, that would be a choice for a first unit, I guess you would say, to paint. So that's the new army. And Velfera, well, we'll try and get you another. We'll get you another little episode of Film Noir, but let's do this instead. Here, let's back out here because this should show it even more. Okay, so all of the worms here and the torches and the sky and everything, right? So Valfrey, you didn't get to see this last night. Zoom, there you go. You don't see the torchlight anymore. It's all just light here, and it's back to edges, right? Lots of sharp edges here to draw your eye towards that. Whereas when we have the full color, we've got color contrast. We got these warm reddish colors here. And then look at this too. See cooler greens? And see how these are warmer and more intense? So yeah, this is that's the film noir you didn't get to see last night. And now here's another. So this is from Artisan Guild here. You take it away. Yeah, you can, there's light coming from that. But watch what happens when the actual light comes back. The true intensity and the warmth of that orange comes back versus all the cooler colors that are around it here. So Velfera, thank you so much for hanging out, and I guess we'll see you tomorrow, right? So Undead and Demons. Yeah, Happy Heretic. It would be neat to see those. It's not like I'm not painting them because I don't think they're neat figures. I don't have any. I don't have any, and there's no commission request to do them, so it's gonna be a little bit dicey for me to just be doing things like that, especially a system that I don't play. If they were Lord of the Rings size, well, that might be a little bit different. We could potentially use them for that, but well, they're about double Lord of the Rings size practically, because Lord of the Rings in some cases is barely 25 mil. Let's see. Yeah, it really is powerful, right? Yeah, Dan does me. That's one of my new army painting series. This is series 28. Was this Deepwood Afar? Because I really love these green stuff worlds bits right here. And yeah, so some Artisan Guild there. That's our new army painting series. We've got another one from Archvillain that we're working on too. See, someone needs to commission. Do orcs riding the dinosaurs? Geez, that well, I guess Chris, you're gonna have to send me some pics or whatever on Instagram or something. I mean, I'll try and if I can remember, I'll try and remember to go look at, see what kind of interesting stuff that Conquest is doing. Aspire's Abomination painted up in the oils, and it's bigger than an Imperial Knight. Wow, Happy Heretic. That's oh yeah, I think I might have seen those. I don't know if those are some of the big critters that came out in the early days. I think we're all caught up. So yeah, our imprintable. Oh yeah, these are from Highland Miniatures here, and I printed. Well, I reduced these, I think 10% in size to make them Lord of the Rings scale. Oh, gee whiz, our imprintable. I don't know if you saw. So we painted this one up on stream, and we I did a tutorial on this. That's going to be posted to the YouTube channel tomorrow. And oh, look at this. We got another one ready to go for tonight, and then I was going to be doing a tutorial of Kamul the Easterling. So yeah, our imprintable, that second one that I showed, that's going to be later tonight. I'll be posting that. Well, more like tomorrow. I'll be posting that to the YouTube channel. And it was just, I think it was, what, Saturday or Friday or whatever that I did that other of the 9. So yeah, there was some parts that I just couldn't find, but we fixed them up best as we could. And we've got them on bases now. And like I said, Kamul the Easterling, that's the next one. I'm going to be doing that as a Patreon video. Because he's the best Nazgul. We all know that. Kamul the Easterling is the best Nazgul ever. Well, that's okay. Our imprintable. I mean, there's 9 of them, right? There's 9 of them, and even after tonight, we'd only have 3 of them painted. Then, while Easterling will make 4, that's still not even half. That's still not even half. So we'll keep hammering away at those. Because well, our imprintable, I think you know that there's the Dol Guldur book that's coming out next. Yes, there's a Dol Guldur book that's going to be released. I don't know when. Also with a new plastic Witch King of all things. So yes, we're gonna have 1,000 different Witch King figures here. My goodness. Between Medbury, Diwali, well, even Printing Coast Everon has one. And then, of course, the old nasty Failcast Witch King that we painted already. And then, of course, well, we have the Witch King on Fell Beast, which we've already painted. So adding, again, some more of our lights there on his chain mail, some of those metal pieces here. Let's see, just finished the Ice Jotnar. Yeah, I don't know enough about the Conquest stuff to know any of the different factions. Now, the last time I actually saw Conquest Miniatures in person was at Gen Con about 4 years ago, maybe. I think that's the last time I've actually seen any Conquest Miniatures, just with my own eyes in person, not just somewhere on the internet. I don't get to see too many things at Adepticon, so wasn't going to see them there. Here, let's lighten that up just a smidge. Yeah, so I've got him. He's all set and ready to go. We'll do him as a Patreon video because we want to be able to take some nice time with him and really do some fun stuff with him. That big old mace that he's got. It's weird that he's got that mace, but Kamul in the game does not have a mace. But he is a very fighty Nazgul, isn't he? He's very, very fighty. So we're catching against some more lights here on our mount. Just a little bit there, and then we'll make it too bright. Let's get some reflected light over here too. Yeah, let's lighten up our scaly friends just a smidge. We're also going to get, yeah, let's get some darks in there. Let's take this, some Van Dyke Brown, maybe some of our Asphaltum too. When in doubt, make things darker, and that's what we're going to do. We're going to darken that up. And that becomes lighter by the fact that we made that darker. All right, Grim, we'll certainly be here when you get back. I'm just glad that you're in shape enough, back in in fighting shape that you can at least get out and about today. Yeah, let's do some more of this now. Actually, I also have some of the WizKid stuff sitting around here that we're gonna try and prep. So possibly Monday might be painting one of the new WizKids figures. So don't be surprised if you see that. Here, let's go back to this guy now, and let's start to get some of that, some uh, damage and stuff here on our shield. Let's do that. I think we just need our darker stuff there for the chips on the edges of the shield. So Dan, I don't know. I haven't opened them up. They just arrived, oh gosh, a day or two ago. I know the the primary complaint is the primer. So sorry, I couldn't resist. I will be using my Steinerres over the top of whatever primer they have. So the primary reason people complain is about the primer. See, that's what you call linguistic gold right there. So I'm guessing if it's that, we're talking about stuff like Song of Ice and Fire soft, like on some of the horsies here, and potentially even the bones type soft, which is where the heck are they? Yeah, this is where the sanding sticks come in. Here we go. So when I've got stuff like bones or even any kind of board game miniatures, we'll use these things because you can see there's different, look at that, real coarse, that's very fine. So I'll typically hit them with the coarse stuff first, kill the mold line, and then hit them with the finer stuff to kill the scratches that I inevitably am going to put on the miniature itself. So that is one potential workaround for such things. And I've had to deal with a lot of crazy mold lines on those Song of Ice and Fire miniatures, and that's how I've been getting rid of those for years. There was a couple of
well, so say we all.
So they sent a lot more of them than I was expecting, and the hobbits are tiny. They're like 1/3 the size of a hobbit, like a Lord of the Rings hobbit, and that's small. Thank you so much, Atomic Walrus, for that gift sub. So yeah, we'll be trying to paint at least one of them. I don't remember what the heck he is, but he was kind of like some sort of, I don't even know what you would call him. Not even sure what you'd call that guy. But see, now we've got some weathering around the side of the shield here. So Deuce, how you doing? And Atomic Growers, thank you so much again for that sub. That is certainly appreciated. Let's get that little, there's a little hole in the armor over there. We're going to reinforce the separation of the fingers here. Oh, and the 3D printing, right? What would be running through a lot of these, through his hand? Mold lines, yes. all up and down these weapons and through all this lovely armor. Mold lines. No such mold lines with 3D printing, right? No. We don't need no stinking mold lines. No stinking mold lines. And stuff that actually fits together. Like, I mean, when I go to fit our giant into this, is like it fits in there. When you go to put the arms on there, the arms fit on there, and then you're just done, right? That's it. No screwing around. Notice, no mold lines, all that lovely hair, not a single mold line to run through it and ruin your day, right? So the hair, no mold lines going through any of that. Yeah, that is some sweet stuff right there. Hey, Steela, how you doing? Deuce, I hope that the printing went well. And everybody, if you could please also give Steela Rebel a follow, that would be great. Because Steela Rebel also loves doing the oils, and she paints an awful lot of 3D printed miniatures. Steela, you're gonna have to share your Instagram post. That was really amazing looking. So yeah, Steela, definitely post that so that people can see it in the chat, because that was really looking amazing. So, Steela, did you use the earthquake to mix up your Yin Min blue? Did you just like put all the ingredients together in the mortar and pesto and just let the earthquake do all the mixing? So Nixel, I don't know actually. I'd have to ask Grim, who actually, ironically enough, just stepped away to run some errands. So I don't know what it's at right now. It is the Sonic Mini 4K. I know that much. Besides that, not too much. It's not a super high setting, I'm sure. It's probably in the mid to upper mid, I would guess. Oh, so if you're just talking about what generation, yeah, it's a Sonic Mini 4K. Oh, I thought you were asking for specific settings there. Okay. Now, Steela, you weren't on stream when that happened. What were you? Because then, don't you? Oh no, that's for a train. I thought you had like an earthquake, a special stream earthquake thing that you could do when the whole place starts shaking. Now, Steel, hopefully that chased away some of the citrus thieves because, we're getting closer and closer to that time. Let's see, so Sonic Mini 4K has a 37mm XY resolution and a 10 to 50 layer height. So thank you very much, Green Fairy Studios, for the info. We still got to figure out what, well, the most economical way to get that large format printer going. Basically, I don't need an 8K. I don't even know if I need a 4K. If it's going to be a reliable printer that's going to do a good job on mostly terrain pieces, that might just be good enough. Although I think we might have to get some kind of wash and cure station if we're also getting a large format printer. I remember that still. I don't remember how long ago it was. I don't remember how. Well, that was kind of towards the early part of your streaming, right? So, Steel, I hope that you're doing good. Oh, I guess you're checking out. Oh, that's right, Pyro Club tonight, right? I forgot that Pyro Club is doing their thing tonight. Steel, that was really. I don't know if you've seen some of the old painting pyramid videos where I also did the little portrait things like this. It was really cool. Well, to go back to doing these, but to do this in oils again. The last time I painted just a regular portrait in oils, I was in art school. Well, I mean after art school, but yeah, it was really fun to actually be able to paint that portrait again. Oh, so that's Liam, DM Liam, right? So Happy Heretic, There's a bunch that are on super clearance right now. You could practically get like a printer and a wash and cure and probably some resin too for just a couple $100 now. It's scary just how cheap some of these printers are, and it's not like they're garbage printers. They may not be the newest, latest, greatest thing, but they are definitely not junk. Yeah, Steel, I forgot that that's what I did on all of those the early painting pyramid videos, sorry, because I thought, oh, people will be able to see this a lot easier. So there's certainly going to be more of those. Oh yeah, I'm definitely going to do more of those because that was, well, it was fun. I want to do, different skin tones. So maybe with something like, now, of course, the newest army painting series is going to have this skin tone. So I might do the same thing, one of those portraits, right? With this skin tone. That could be very fun. I just have to remember what the heck I did for that. So the last gen printers are only 180. I thought I was seeing that. There's a part of me that almost thinks I should just get one of those and just never take it out of the box as just like a backup, like some kind of dire emergency printer or whatever, that in case something weird happens, I could at least have one just kind of sitting there to use. Let's see. That's just well, I use this comparison right here. So if you could even find them, which you can't because they're never on sale, the metal GW Candice chariots, I think are about $45 a piece or something like that. And generally, an army is going to have somewhere, I want to have 10 in my army. So I could just get that printer and the wash and cure station and a couple bottles of resin and print out 30 of them. For the same price, I could just buy 10 horrible metal ones that will just fall apart because they ain't that great. They weren't that great 15 years ago when they first came out, and they're really not any better now. I tell you, I don't know why they didn't make them like carts, because that was the kind of chariot that Tolkien envisioned was more like a cart, not a classic chariot like that. Not Assyrian, but oh gosh, just spacing on names. Sorry about that. I guess a Saturn could work. I mean, again, we don't need something that is super fancy. All right, we haven't gotten any of our lighter rust in here. It's time to do that now. Let's not forget our yellowish orange here. Lighten that. There we go. We got to get some of our lighter rust in here now, and I think that'll be fun to have. Let's put some of that on the shield here. Not a lot of places, just a few areas, and it's always fun to take something like that and also hit it with the lighter rust color too. Let's not lose track of, we want to have a little bit of yellowish orange in this for our lightest rust. And I've got to balance out how thick or thin this is. So that's relatively thin. I might just have to make the paint thicker. Bet you any money. Now, see, I just had to make the paint thicker. Thin will stick over thick and vice versa. Always got to keep that in mind. Here, we'll get some of our lighter rust color out on this too. I'll get back to our more orange color here. Let's drop that onto the sword. The armor on his foot over here. Same on this side. Maybe is more of a pin line wash. And all this while, it's still mixing. I can see some dark green on the end of the brush. So it's still mixing even after that amount of time. I'll go back with the thinner stuff here again. A couple of more of these panels on the chest here. So, Steele, do you have another one of the oily fans or only fans sessions coming up? I know that the schedule is very, very fluid. It is here. It's definitely very fluid here too. And if you want to post your link to your OnlyFans there, or Oily Fans, in the chat there, so people know where to find that. And yeah, that one, I remember. I think I got to see you working on the very start of it. In fact, I think that was the session where you did your experiment with the Egyptian violet on the staining barrels. Yeah, I think that was that was when I saw you working on that guy. Yeah, you did the little experiment with the staining barrels. I'm trying to plan for one this month. Oh, that's right. You got to do that kimono clad. That's right. I know you've been looking forward to that for quite a while. So that should be really fun. Okay, no armor over there. Let's go to our other one here and get some of that lighter rust color as well. So the Terra Rosa. Let's make sure we get, I don't know, at least a little Indian yellow in there, just so that we don't want it to turn pinkish, because that's what it'll do with all that Terra Rosa. Ah, now that's going to stand out. So our little rivets right here, can see those a bit better. I'm gonna get some of our orange on this one just to make the whole rivet seem a little bit more rusted. We'll do the same on that one too, maybe. And let's get some of this on his helmet, other spots. Sure got to do with his sword. And here's some of what I'm hoping is that they might do some Riders of the Dead. Eventually, if they don't, at least I could potentially take whatever plastic army that I've got and just keep doing these conversions. Yeah, Green Fairy right now, unfortunately, and I always tell people this, I say right now they're at the plug and pray stage. You just kind of pray that things go well. I don't know, as much as I would love for them to just get to an easy to use as just your regular old dot matrix printer. I don't know if that'll ever happen because there's just so many different resins, so many different things that people are trying to do with printers. I don't know if it'll ever get quite that standardized. It might, but it just seems like I don't know if it'll ever get that standardized. We might just have to deal with slightly easier to use. I guess even that would be better than nothing, wouldn't it? I mean, there was just a lot of things that I wish people had told me, and that's when I do any kind of tutorial video for the Patreon page that involves 3D printed miniatures. I try to show the process. Well, I don't film it because I can't, but I take pictures of the various things that I do as I'm making build plates, essentially telling people, here's all the stuff that nobody ever told me when I first started that would have been really useful. Like, oh, what was the thing? Yeah, a friend of mine who just got a printer last month, I think it was. He had never done 3D printing before, and he went to print something out that he had to hollow himself. And he says, man, he was just about to take it off of the plate and cure it and do all this other stuff. And he said, boy, I thought I hollowed this thing. It's solid. And I said, wait a minute, did you put drain holes in that? He says, oh, I didn't know. So I had him drill a couple of holes in it, and sure enough, there was resin in there. Because he didn't realize that if you've got no drain holes there and you go to cure that, it might go boom. Ah, there's Grim. Grim has returned. So just putting some of my lighter rust colors now into my armor here. Just, whatever. Nothing crazy here. Especially here on the, well, not sure what that's supposed to be on his foot there. It's almost like it's some kind of shackles. And maybe that's about it for the lighter rust. I don't want to do too much. Here's a little bit more there. Now, where's the other one that's the same pose? Yeah, here he is. Yeah, so there's the spear, and there is the sword version. They just so happen to have the same round shield. It didn't really mean for them to have the same round shield. Just worked out that way. Now, where's my... Here's Harold the Herald. Very much the same. So, yeah, and the Lord of the Rings stuff is all different scales sometimes. I mean, here he is. He's about the right height. These guys are actually quite large. I've noticed these Forge World for the 9 Nazgul. They are definitely larger than the regular ones. But I think that's kind of par for the course with the Lord of the Rings GW stuff, is the scale tends to be a little bit variable. There's a blending brush here that I can use. Does this have no paint on it? Yeah. Just looked at this right here, and notice that hard line sitting there? Not anymore. That's gone. Dano has returned. Oh, steal it. Gee whiz, you didn't... good grief. Here, let's back this out a little bit so that you can see. This was our landscape of Middle Earth. I guess we'll do one more. There we go. So I can see the whole thing. It's bizarre because I've been painting nothing but fluorescent green and just green in general all week long, not really realizing it, because we did 4 of these guys on Monday. I filmed, where's our Dark Angel here? I filmed this video on Wednesday, I think it was, or no, Tuesday I painted that. Wednesday, I think I filmed this, and then we painted this last night, and now we're painting more of the glowy Army of the Dead with some more green. So yeah, it was not planned. It just kind of worked out that way. So it was it was a challenge. There was a lot of perspective there, sort of like our Minas Tirith scene where there was that sort of vanishing point headed up towards the sky outside the picture. And you know what I'm going to do? I need to make that a bit more of a... There we go. That makes more sense. We're going to do the same on this side. And something was just not quite kosher about that, and that's what it was, I think. Yeah, Dano was able to get the fluoro salved, which is fantastic. Yeah, Steel, I had to mix some more of my own for myself because I still couldn't find my jar of green. So this is really full right here. So we'll see if this makes any difference. And I guess I'll be curious to see what happens as you make your tubes of oil paint there. Yeah, I'm guessing that you might end up having more of the powdered pigment in there than say we do in our typical jars or whatever. But I'm looking forward to seeing what happens with that. Hey, Bettany, how you doing? And old man, nice to see you. Boy, Steela, I have been hunting around because not only are these really nice with the agitators and such, and they don't, they don't really fall over, do they? And I've got that nice box with the foam to keep them from tipping over and stuff. Of course, I can't find the stupid box right now. It's just, there's a bunch of stuff that I've been looking for that I just can't find. It's kind of making me crazy as we just darken this down. So, Bettany, how you doing? And you have a good night there, Happy Heretic. We'll hopefully we see you tomorrow. Yeah, so Bettany, I don't know if you saw, we just was showing the landscape of Middle Earth that I was painting last night. I had a lot of fun with our new Minas Morgul, and of course that went along with, well, here's our last week's spooky scene. Don't say I never paint hobbits for you. There's 3 of them. Well, of course, about to get eaten by our lovely ring wraiths there. Oh, you gotta get that glass miller. Okay. So Bethany, well, here we have to back out because it's everything is kind of zoomed in for miniatures. So there's our new Minas Morgul with lots of the firelight to try and contrast with that. And here, let's do a quick little gratuitous film noir. Now it's all just edges and value. You don't have that warm versus cool contrast anymore. That was really fun doing that. All right, Dano, you have a good one. And I hope you enjoy the game tonight as well. And, well, hopefully we'll see you tomorrow. Well, for you later today, I suppose. Unless it would already be tomorrow for you. See what I did there? Of course, if you were still it would already be, I don't know, 2 years from now. You would truly be in the future. There's my phthalo green. I'm gonna get some of that mixed with my fluorescent green. Thanks, Brittany. It was kind of fun to do that sky after doing the other ring wraiths there, where it was a tree that was in the sky, but kind of still looked like lightning. So yeah, Daniel, you have a good one. So we're darkening down the end of the. Now I feel like we've got some shape on this blade here. It was just very, very simplified. I don't usually like to. I don't want to make things too complex. Sometimes we just gotta simplify things. Let me see if I can get a couple of lights here on these. So yeah, Bethany, these are 3D printed. These are from Highland Miniatures. I think they are reduced 10%. If I print more, well, I don't know if I'm going to be printing that many more of these, but if I were to print them all over again, I would probably do it more like 7%. I don't know, maybe 8%. Now, some companies I've noticed that sometimes the scale of their sculpts will vary. I've noticed that with Diwali at least, because there's some sculpts of theirs that I printed out from last month that were just right, and then I printed out some from this month and they were way too small. And I, what the heck is going on? I didn't touch them. I just put them on the plate and printed them. So yeah, we're gonna have to make ourselves a new build plate for some of the newer Diwali stuff. And hopefully they get those Warg Marauders done soon. Because, oh yeah, here's, I think maybe we'll be doing some of these for, well, I mean, it is Orktober, right? So we could do this guy as well. I mean, he's not spooky, but he is orky. I know we did some orcs last orc to October. I think we called it Sporktober. I seem to remember that. Lady Katura, nice to see you back. How have you been? So, Bettany, how has the painting been going, Bettany? I know that you've had your. Speaking of undead things, you got your with the undead Persians, right? I think. No, nope. Let's do. little bit more with our light right along that edge here. And this one too. Bam. Let's get a little bit more along the bottom edge of this. His hands here, we just got only dark there. Let's lighten those up a smidge. Oh, what the heck. I might throw some of my radiant turquoise on his cloak here to not just lighten that, but to make that a little bit more of a cooler color. We also threw in some phthalo green here, also a cooler green than the floral green. All of this is cooler greens that we're adding here. We have warmer greens up here, cooler greens down there, just like on our shield. We got cooler greens down there, warmer greens up here. Now Lady Kachara is also painting some undead. It's all about the undead, I guess, tonight. And of course we still have our Shadow Lord over here. Same thing, we'll take some of that cooler green here. That's the turquoise. And our, oh, look at that, very different. Yeah, it's really important if we want this thing to be more ethereal. Let's have that color change. Let's have some of that cooler green here. Maybe even a bit more with the phthalo. And the radiant turquoise as well. Radiant turquoise to lighten it up. Let's do his sleeve here. Like so. Might throw a little bit more of that cooler green on his skull here. I'm just gonna throw some all the way back there. You can't really see what's going on there, but that's what we call our proverbial blind blending, right? Where we just start throwing some color back there. And we just let it mix on its own, doing its own thing there. Boy, the Persians might be finished by this weekend. Oh, into a snap stay at home for 3 days, so plenty of time to paint. So, gee whiz, did that just happen today, Bettany? Because I hadn't heard about that one. The last one I heard was right around footy finals time, so that was a couple of weeks ago, wasn't it? Maybe it was about 3 weeks ago was the last one. That's more that same cooler bluish green. That any kind of color you're using, there's always a warmer version of it and a cooler version of it. There's even yellow, even red. There's warm reds and cool reds. It's not, and well, yes, there can be a warm green. There can be a warm blue and a cooler blue. I don't really get into all the crazy complex color theory stuff because it really is more simple about, is it more saturated? Is it less saturated? Is it cooler? Is it warmer? And breaking it down into those simpler thought process, way less hard to think about than, oh, is it the opposite of this and the complementary of that? Like, no, who cares? Don't even care. Does that green have more yellow in it or more blue in it? If the answer is yes, it's a warmer green. It's simple. Does that yellow almost look a bit like it's got some white in it or some lemon yellow? Or does that red look more like a magenta than an orange? Well, then it's a cooler red. It's different in each state. This is the first one this year for us. That's first time. It's different in each state. This is the first one. Oh, okay. Because I know In Western Australia, that hadn't been the case. That's why the footy finals were moved over there. All right, I need to get some more light still in the center portion of the eyes, and then we need to get some darks on around the outside. But first, see if I can grab some of that white here and then thin it down enough to make that happen. Inside his eyes, or can you see that? Yeah, you can. That's a little bit lighter. It looks like I might have to get some more dark around the edges of his eye. Let's do that with our Perlene black. Oh, what the heck, maybe mix it with a little bit of the asphaltum there. And we'll just shrink those down. Much better size. And I'll go back to that asphaltum and really yellow pale mix for some other parts of the skull here again, so they're not just all green. Something a little different here. Maybe get some highlights on other parts of his face. Again, with something that is maybe not green. Like that. That helps. There's no terrain pieces just yet because we're still in the same spot of nowhere to be able to build that stuff. And if I'm going to be doing any, well, if I'm going to be building a terrain piece, I think it's going to be more of a Moria-themed terrain piece because we have so much Moria stuff, and I would love to be able to photograph the army with the Moria type of backdrop terrain. However, I'm starting to come up with an idea where I use the phone for streaming, and that might allow this to be the new phone, not the current one that I have, but the new phone, which is supposedly has like a really, well, if I get this particular one, it would have a really snazzy camera on it. And the idea would be to use that to potentially stream some terrain painting. I don't know about terrain building, maybe, but certainly terrain painting. So maybe that works out. It would be nice if it did. As I'm adding, so that's more of my bluish green right here. I'm just going to take that and then I'm just going to mix that with what is here. There's a whole bunch of commission stuff to deal with right now. We're just really kind of inundated with that. And there's a whole bunch of Kickstarter campaigns with 3D printed stuff. So unfortunately, that has to take precedence. Like all of those, the bus, that was just another one of several. Because there's more that are coming up in October here and then also in November. So there's some more of that cool green. See that warmer green up here, cooler green down there. I do miss working on the terrain. I absolutely loved it, but sadly, that's not something that's going to be part of the commission. So it just has to sort of wait for a time when we can get to it. Heck, I would love to just be able to paint some of the terrain pieces that we did on stream. Because I really enjoyed the heck out of those. They were very fun. And I just can't wait to see what they look like, even just with the paint on them, much less the paint and then some of the weathering and the grass and flock and such. Really excited to see what some of those Rohan pieces will look like. Yeah, still have to get that new phone, and then then I'll have to figure out how the heck to use it. Oh, I'm not looking forward to that. We were told last night in the chat that by someone who has that, what, the S21 Ultra or whatever, that it is a very, very easy thing to use, and I guess that Target uses that to take pictures of their product. Or at least they do that at their store, whatever. I don't know, but I guess it's a really good camera, which would be good news. So I think now we've got ourselves some nice little damage on that shield here. Some weathering. Now we've got some different temperature greens there. Let's go back to this one and see if we need to do some more of that. I think we could. Yeah, something like so here. I think we're good on the shield. I don't know if I have to really add any more cooler colors to the shield. There's his helmet might do that. So going back to that phthalo green over here. There. Oh, that's right. We have that Whiz Kid stuff we have to paint. Forgot all about that already. The stuff that I'm trying to prep for, well, probably Monday for the first one. And then, of course, oh, there's our new army painting series of all that stuff we've been printing up, all of those undead figures. Let's see, oh, some bases for a friend and snuck in some terrain. A jungle crocodile troop transport. Well, it says sometimes, Bettany, you just got to sneak those in, right? Wow, that's going to be quite interesting and different. Yeah, I really do miss making the terrain. As much as I want to make my special Easterling terrain, I've got to make that the Moria stuff. Uh, then I've also Harad. I've been researching that terrain as well. Basically the same references where I got the Rohan stuff. Now here again, that's that cooler blue right here. Well, cooler bluish greens. I'm just gonna pop some of it there. Take our blending brush. Move it right along. So it's a little bit lighter, but also a much cooler. We're gonna maybe put some of that too on the base right here. Maybe we'll also get some of that to the stones here. Yeah, not quite so warm on the reflected light here. Maybe cool that down a little bit. That's pretty. How big is a jungle crocodile troop transport? It sounds like it's kind of on the larger size too. Where's that perline black? So some dark green here. A couple places on his helmet. We got an awful lot of mid-tones and lights. I think we could stand for some darks here. Hit that. We never really did soften these darker colors that we added on the boss here. Let's grab our blending brush and we'll do that. And again, it's not this motion, it's more of a tapping motion here. And now we didn't lose sight of that. It's still there, but now it's been faded a little bit. And Chalk Girl, thank you so much for that follow.
Hello, little hobbits. Spark my gun, John.
There's Gandalf, and he says, "Oh, come on, guys, let's go. Let's go." He's like, "We're not with you. We're not at Minas Tirith. That wasn't in the books." It's like, seriously, we're doing this now, huh? It's like, we kind of need you there. It's like, no, see, I'm like down south. Yeah, we're going after some boats. Wait a minute. The other guy says you guys didn't want to go over the water. It's like, he said that? This is not going to end well. So thank you very much for that follow. Of course, I know exactly what's going to happen. Bithron is going to show up, I don't know, like a half an hour or something like that. And we're going to have to tell him, oh, you missed some puppet shows. So darken that up to make that edge a little more pronounced. And then also, oh, look, I could add some more texture there too. Really do like these shields. And all this stuff is just painted on. All that texture, that's not actually there, a lot of this stuff. So yeah, we just painted that on. It's like an open canvas for us. Back to my light color here. And get more of that chip defined. We need to do the same over here too. Never actually did get to that one. Now there's another one over here too. Ah, that's more like it. So instead of a solid round clean shape, we just damage that and beat it up a little bit. You know, just reasons. And maybe darken down the helmet here again. This is some kind of grayed down perline black. We're going to get some dark here. I don't want it to be any sort of shiny metal. Remember we hit that with our glaze of mostly, I think, asphaltum, a little bit of terra rosa. That's what this needs. Needs some dark. We have a lot of midtones and we have some lights. We have no strong darks here. Can do that now. And see this sort of stippling brushstroke. See how it's blending there? Just a bunch of little stipples there. Look at that. Nice dark shade there. Let's do the same on this side too. I'm going to try and fade that lighter rust color a little bit. Just, again, doing some stippling action, and that's it. Yeah, just taking some of that perline black. Let's darken this right here. Maybe on the top of the sword there. Nah, that's it. Too much, maybe. And now my highlights there. Sometimes you gotta have dark to show light, and that was what was missing there. Same thing on the helmet. I just needed to get some more dark on that helmet. It was just missing. Any more darks over here? Is that cool? Nope, that still is armor. I thought maybe this last little bit here was cloth. I guess not. I'm also gonna darken these skelly friends down here a smidge, and then on the other side here, we'll definitely darken that down. Van Dyke brown, I think. Like that. And I guess for whatever reason, there are fireworks going off in the neighborhood. I have no idea what in the world's going on with that. I'll darken down this edge too. Darker that is, the lighter the glow gets without having to make it any lighter. And speaking of some pinline wash, we're gonna darken the crevices here a little bit. These again are just plaster pieces here from the Stoneworks. That was one of my, actually from one of my army painting series. There it is. So yeah, sometimes those pieces, they just break when you're taking them out of the molds. And these days I just take them and save them for basing bits. And there's one of our completed structures. That was the very first one. This was a far more complex one that I did. I think it was last month we did that video, again for the Patreon page. That was a challenge, that larger one. you got to cast a lot of pieces to be able to make something that's a multi-level structure. Found that out. You just keep casting lots of pieces. Now I do have the pillars. I've been casting the pillars since that's another one of the green stuff world things. We'll be doing another Patreon video with that. And see what kind of interesting, well, possible terrain piece we can make out of that. And originally just was going to do some bases with it. For some of the, I have some Greek themed or, well, Atlantean themed also 3D printed miniatures, and I thought that could be interesting to use broken columns and maybe even these walls for bases. Oh, that's definitely fireworks. Was it? Oh, so 9:40. I guess that's the time when fireworks would happen, maybe, but October and mid-October, not quite sure exactly why. Again, I'm going to darken this down just a touch more. The darker that is, the more our light shows up. Here, let's hit this a little bit there. All right. Get this part of his shield. Just darken that down a smidge. Might even throw a little dark here on the, I almost called that the boss. That's, no, that would be, but not the thing on his chest, which I'm going to actually not just darken that down, but also tighten up that edge just a bit. Now it gets sharper now. Ragnar, nice to see you again. How the heck are you doing? So, Darkcraft James is almost done with an Orc for a commission. We just spent way more time on it than planned. Yeah, Dark Elf James. Now, of course, hopefully, as a commission, I don't know. When people say, "Well, how do you base the expense of it and stuff?" So, well, it's how much time did it take? I mean, it's maybe not necessarily just hourly, but it does kind of go along the lines of, well, how long is it actually going to take to paint this thing? So hopefully it wasn't way longer. No, it was way longer. I was hoping not to see the W word in there. I'm glad that you're doing well on a Friday. So yeah, it's Green Week. We painted Minas Morgul last night. We painted 4 of these Highlands Miniatures on Tuesday. We're painting 2 more tonight. And then, of course, well, here's our, where's our Dark Angel? Yes, that was totally unintentional. Now here, actually, now that I got this out, warmer greens up here, cooler greens over here, but look at these. Because of the cool gray floor, that's we reflected a lot of that here onto the armor. So cooler, warmer, even warmer up here because it's farther away from the cool light source there, or the cool reflections down there. So even in the greens on the armor here, that variation of warm and cool. Well, Dirk, I'm glad it was fun. That is not so tragic there. That's acceptable tactical time loss there. That's okay. So yeah, that fireworks thing has been going on for quite a while now. I can't imagine what I don't know, maybe there's an Oktoberfest thing or something. I guess that could be it. So I widened up that crack. There is no crack there, but it just was a plain flat thing. I think we did that. Yeah, see, we did that on these guys too. It's just a plain flat wall on the back of all these because that's supposed to be an interior. So we just painted some cracks on there just to make it look like that. Yeah, right there, what's cool is there's 3 different shields. There's the broken one. You got the lozenge shape, and then you've got the smaller circular shape. And it's really cool, especially this one. you print. Now I can just, they're 3D printed. I could break these really easily. But, I mean, this is a fantastic thing for just a broken shield, right? Sitting on the ground. Well, I guess now they're getting into their grand finale because... And the house is practically shaken. That is not what I was expecting. I mean, it is, I guess it's Friday. But boy, if that was all the way over at Hale Park, that must have been really loud. To be closer to it. So yeah, these are from Highland Miniatures. Hopefully we can still maybe get to this guy right here. In fact, while I'm thinking about it, before we get too far away here, let's do a little bit of our pre-glaze on that, just to let it set there, and then we can get some of our indigo into this. Mostly indigo here, maybe a bit of black spinel, and then we'll just let this sit on here, let it stain it for a little bit. So yeah, these right here, this is one of the 9. This is from Forge World here. And it should be interesting to see what they do with these guys in the new Dol Guldur, well, source book, campaign book. I mean, either one. All right, Van Dyke Brown, a little less Fulton. Hit the cloak. Let some of that get on the armor. Don't care. Not a big deal. Let's just get some of this down onto the base. And again, the idea is just slap this on here so that we can let it sit there for an extended period and then wipe some of it away. So I'm just taking a little time away here so that I can do this. And this is a very rough absorbent surface here, so using a little bit more of the thinner, not a horrible idea. Here, more of our asphaltum. Again, using one of our beat up craft brushes for this. All right, just about there, and then we'll set him aside. Go back to our other stuff. That's why we like to have multiple figures to work on. We'll darken this down as well. Now that I'm thinking about it, here's some of that black spinel. And I'm going to cool this down too. Where's my... There you are. Just like we did on the other one. Ah, yeah, that's... I kind of hadn't really done too much with the floor here. Not that I want to draw tons of attention to that, but... Yeah, we're just cooling this down a little bit. Let's maybe get some more glow up against the wall. We're going to darken this down too. Definitely on that side. Okay, that works a little better now. And we'll probably do just a bit more of our lighter color. We'll take some of that blue-ish color, let that mix. Oh, here, just a little bit more here. We'll look at this, one of my micro blending brushes. Do the same over here. Okay. And then, of course, we had hit this through the... Oh, there's my black, a little bit of the indigo. And we'll work back and forth on our... this is the tainted, that's right. That's who this guy is. And that's actually mixing with some of our lighter color that we threw out here. See how that's see that it's starting to mix in some of our black spinel there. A little bit of the, there's my turquoise. It's like, why is that not doing much? Throw some here. And then we'll just let that set same way. Let's come back over here. We must have, so we have a few sponges left, not too many. Indigo, sustaining color, right? We talked about that earlier. And that wasn't left down there very long. And of course, it's doing some nice work with the staining. So Grim, nothing specific planned for that. It's either, I would like to be able to do a dark sword tutorial with it. That's my main goal, because I've been doing a lot of the, I don't know, what would you say, earth tones and stuff with dark sword figures. I want to do something that is brighter. Now, the other thing too, potentially, is some kind of a Slaaneshi skin tone. Because, you know, wham! There you go. Oh my goodness. So that's something I've been given some thought to. And I think there's a couple that I had in mind that could do well with some magenta. Actually, one is maybe even on this one right here. Could be interesting to see what that might do. There's some other ones, some like the Thief of Hearts type figures that are bigger. I was hoping to do something a little bit larger with that, so that maybe we could also try the Radiant Violet with it too. So yeah, wiping some of that away. So look at how much of the indigo stays behind. Now we also have our base that we can paint to. Oh, we do have a Grima right here. Still can't believe that Eowyn broke up with them. Okay, now I'm going to take a look at one of our. Here's our base for Denethor right here. So we have to do that same thing on his base. Oh, and by the way, here's some more of the. Wow, that really has, it's interesting. That was so floppy when it first came out. Now it's actually pretty darn solid. So this is more of those Transylvania skeleton whatevers. And again, these are from Highlands Miniatures. So there's that one, the broken shield there. So you can just, you know, stick that here. There's a, I think I took out, I thought I had another shape. Nope, I didn't have any of the other shields out here. Let's get our filbert brush wherever he went off to. Now let's get some of our radiant turquoise, if there's a spot where we can use it here. And we'll do a little bit of our dry braces. That's got a little bit of the green in it still. Here, I think I might just have to get all that stuff out of there. There's a little too much of the fluorescent green in there. Sometimes we actually do have to just clean the brush more fully rather than just the wiping it off on a paper towel. Which, if I can find a paper towel here, we'll try and wipe that off. There's stuff that looks like paper towels that is actually solid pieces of bone plastic. Yeah, that's a bit more of a paper towel. Let's take some of this. We'll let some of our indigo mix with that. Now we've got a little bit more of our radiant blue here. Just letting the colors change. A little bit here and there. I don't know which of the 9 this is supposed to be. Couldn't tell you. Did that one, yeah, Grim, you're right. That one's, that one lets you know it's there. It lets you know it's around for sure. Now, what do we want to do with the axe here? I don't know. We'll start with something simple like that, and then we'll work our way from there. So again, something like that, and then some light over there. So it's just a couple of seconds to establish some form of metallicness. Now let's start to take advantage of this a little bit more here, because we're looking to do something more like this. Let me see. Yeah, let's get some lights along these. It's interesting. This armor is really some of the most different armor compared to all. Well, of course, there's Kamul. I mean, he is the most distinctive. But this guy here also sort of stood out to me. We'll do some more of our lighter blue here. This has got a little bit more of the turquoise in it than, say, the previous couple that there was a lot more of the radiant blue that I used. It's a little more turquoise to it, but there's an awful lot of indigo here already in place. We'll do the same semi-texture cloth on his cloak like we've done on the other 2. And we need to get some light here around it. Wow, there's no face inside, of course. So that's not quite chainmail. It's almost more like a miniature scale mail or something. I don't know. Not quite sure what that's meant to be. But here, let's get some of our lights along the armor back here. Then we want to get those little bits of almost like flame. Let's get some of this down onto the armor on his feet. Then we can try and hit our base as well. Let's go back to the axe here. Let's lighten up this here. We'll come back into that and do some of our regular blending in a sec. Just find a blending brush for that. So that's some heavy duty chainmail here. Oh, let's lighten this up a little more. So again, we're looking to do some kind of almost a shiny metal here. So looks like it's dog walking time for Grim. Well, go have fun chasing dogs and walking the squirrels.
So say we all.
And Clover, how you doing? Thank you so much. Here, we'll take a little sip to go with that sub because, you know, sipping a sub is great. Thanks, Clover. Yeah, we've been working on a bunch of different figures here tonight. We did a couple of more of the, I almost said Medbury again, but this is the Highland Miniatures. Just painting them up like Army of the Dead because, you know, Army of the Dead, right? And now we're getting back into our Nazgul here. This is actually our 3rd Nazgul. Because, you know, Nazgul, it's October after all. So Let's get the Nazgul, let them have some fun too. So I hope that you're doing well there, Clover. And I think, well, you saw the landscape from last night, I believe. Speaking of Nazgul and stuff, our new Minas Morgul. So yes, we have our new Minas Morgul. Since the old one is gone, we don't have that one anymore. Of course, we're kind of zoomed in here, so we won't be able to see the whole thing all at once. But that was really fun painting that. Heck, this is the first miniature that's not green because, of course, not like our Blood Angel or any of our Army of the Dead. So yay. I was like, what is so different about this one? Oh, it's not green. And I'm not kidding when I say I had no intention of just painting all kinds of greenish miniatures all week long. That was not the plan. That just sort of happened. I think maybe if it was in October and we weren't trying to find as many spooky things as we could, maybe it wouldn't have accidentally happened that way. Okay, we're gonna throw that lighter texture onto his cloak too, but right now I just want to at least get a little bit of my lighter metals on here. Especially before doing the cloak, because if I make the cloak too light, well, then our lights here aren't going to have quite so much impact, will they? Oh, thanks, Clover. That was a little bit complicated. It was a bit like the Minas Tirith one, where we had an awful lot of different perspective going on. Lots of vanishing points, to say the least. Lots of vanishing points. And then I kind of learned a little bit about the architecture of Minas Morgul, and there's some very unique meticulations on that. Much larger than you typically see on any sort of a typical fortification. Yeah, so we did get kind of a lot of green into this one, didn't we? That's okay. Boy, this one, I knew there was a lot of interesting armor on here, but it's even more interesting than I thought. There's a lot of interesting things going on with this here. And we'll be coming back in with, again, the little firelight glows and some of our warmer reflected colors, possibly even some Prussian blue. There's some of that reflected light on the inside of his arm. Hey, Acid Burn, nice to see you. Now let's see, turn your floral pigments. Now, Clover, which were you using the Mona Lisa thinner? I guess that is the or the Mona Lisa linseed oil. I guess that's my first question. Because actually, yeah, we've been using it on these guys, and it just dried like regular oil paint. Because yeah, these are all dry right here. And then of course, where's our this was our fluorescent magenta here, and it just dry like regular oil paint. So Acid Burn, how are you doing? Hopefully you're having a fun Friday. I guess I wonder if Pyro Club is still going. It's 10:03. They might be done for tonight. Maybe not. Yeah, I'm gonna go back to my blue over here. Ironically enough, I took a little bit of the ultramarine violet and mixed that in to try and take away some of the turquoise. Now I think we'll lighten this up some more. Now I guess the next question is, how much did you mix in there? And yeah, even the secret weapon weathering powders, where the heck is she? Even those dried just like normal oil paints here. I'm looking at this going, man, that's just that just looks like oil paint. Even the skin tone, which is mostly just the secret weapon weathering powders and the linseed oil. Now, if by dulled down, do you mean it got more flat, or it just wasn't very, it just didn't have that fluorescent look anymore? Because, yeah, I mean, I painted this thing last night, and it still has all of the same intensity. Doing some soldering, fixing some change. That sounds really good. Soldering, that would be a real interesting thing. I never had a chance to do any soldering myself. We're gonna have to again get some reflected light down here on the bottom of the feet. Basically, I have to have that light, dark, and then light again. Let's do that on the inside here of his feet, and let's make sure we lighten up some of that chainmail too. Want to get the end of some of these. Again, that's not scale mail. Not really sure what you'd say that is. But now we're going to have to start putting in some horizon line and other things. What about this hand? Yeah, we never really did get our lighter colors on this arm. Put some here, and then we'll have to come back into that with some of our darks too. And where's our, here he is. So again, see these little firelight type things? I want to get the same deal on this other wraith right here. Well, more of a Nazgul, I guess. Get some lights on the inside of his arm. I need to do top of his arm here. This is really some wild armor. That is some very different stuff. The yellow disappeared completely. Yes, now Clover, I guess how liquid was it? Because, I mean, I don't know, consistency-wise, it was, when I mixed mine, it was still about the consistency of miniature paint. It wasn't super thick or gloopy. And I guess too, sometimes you have to really stir that up before you use it. That's probably another thing too. I know some folks say, man, it's just like it's all linseed oil. Yeah, you'll have to definitely kind of stir that up. It's definitely more often than you would just regular, the regular stuff that you mix in the containers for sure. Here, we'll lighten that up too. Got to put an edge on this. Never really did do that yet. Get our edge up there. Our light here. And then a bit over there. Just let that get blended a smidge. And now I'm going to come back with, do we have any Prussian blue here? I think we have some that we can use. I'm just going to throw some more out here, see if we can find some. That's not our Prussian blue, this is. We need very, very little. The other, so it's, yeah, like I said, it definitely you shouldn't have any kind of transformation in the, like where it just completely disappears. Shouldn't have that. I know myself, I was worried that if it was going to just like revert to a powder state almost, and it didn't do that. I was really worried that was going to happen. So here we're taking some, almost like a little bit of a sky blue color here. Now, yeah, looking for some variations in this before we get to that cloak. Another little different color here into the axe. It's got that tint of Prussian blue, which is a, and of course we got a little bit of our little hint of the turquoise as well. We sort of got about 4 different blue colors working here all at the same time, which is kind of important when it comes to armor and where you want to have some nice definition in that. Okay, the shoes, we need to restore some separation between these panels no matter what. And now I'm going to take a look. Where's Denethor? We're going to look at his base here and see how. Okay, we're going to add our grayish white here. Onto this marble here. That's got to go at each, going to go in different directions. So these all look like individual marble pieces here. This is our somewhat darker marble color. And then we'll put the really light stuff on over the top of this again. It's going in different directions. Is there, yeah, we'll do the same over here. Now we'll lighten this up a bit more. I don't want to do it too much, but this is what we're looking to do, like our Denethor base here. Let's catch a little bit more of our white into that brush. If the texture on this becomes too pronounced, I can always take my blending brush and go over it. Again, these have the marble veins going in different directions, not all the same. So I'm trying to think of what might be happening there. Again, I've never seen that happen. Not anything the stuff that I've done. And I guess too is how thoroughly has it been mixed. And that's why I always just mix them in the containers here so I can see what's going on 100% of the time. So again, different directions on the basically the veins of the marble here. We got one last one to do here that's a bit lighter. Maybe we'll get a couple of these lines get slightly lighter, but that's just a couple of them. That's it. Not too many. See, that's it. Just one or two there on that little piece of marble. Same there. Don't need that piece of fuzz on the end of the brush. Here we are. That's better. We'll get our lighter brush strokes on the marble here. And then I think it's just indigo for the most part. Yeah, mostly indigo in the these big tiles right here. black clover. Now, were were those the only ones that you tried? Was it the yellow and the orange? All right, time for some of those little touches of the firelight here. Let's see if we can make this happen. I need to make that actually a little bit thinner here. And we'll just bring in a couple of those every so often here. Maybe on the side of the helmet, we're going to have to get some darks around that, no doubt about it. But I know I've got to come back with those darks, so I'm not worried about that. Might even let a couple of the bits of chainmail get some. Again, not too many. And perhaps even here, that's a good place to embed these where we already know there's some dark. There's going to be some dark over here too. So get just that little hint and indication of some kind of torchlight, whatever, coming from somewhere. Definitely need some of it on the side of his head. Some of these panels that are pointing upwards, I don't think those should really get any of it. It's got to either be pointed kind of straight out or maybe towards the ground, but that's it. And maybe that one there. Okay, now let's come back with some indigo, I think. I don't know, a little bit of Prussian blue too, because we really need to capture some darks in his helmet. Start to think about building up a bit of a horizon line here. As we darken that down a little more, maybe. Might even go more of a pin line. Yeah, let's do a little bit of a pin line wash there. So we're just touching the brush to it. All I did was I just took some thinner. There was already indigo on the brush. And I just let it do its own thing. Let's strengthen these lines here. That's essentially a pin line wash in there. Let's see, red, orange, yellow, yeah, it's about the same. That there's only a little yellow on the figure. Now, of course, the yellow by itself is not necessarily going to be just super strong on its own. And I guess, too, how was it applied? I know that's a weird question in some ways, but was it dry brushed on? Was it painted on? Was it more of a... Because now I've used them. I've dry brushed them on. I've also, like with the painting that I was doing last night, this was practically a watercolor application of it. Now, it was mixed with other colors too, because typically the fluorescent paints, I'm not just using them on their own. They're always, almost always being mixed with something else. So I don't know if that could have something to do with it too. They're rarely just operating on their own. So yeah, vast majority of the time they are mixed with something else. So we're getting the indigo now onto these two big tiles right here. Finish you up there. And now let's see what we can do. Van Dyke Brown, some of our black, and let's start to texturize the cloak just a bit. And then we'll come back with our lighter colors. Let's see, a pre-glaze of an umber. Okay. So yeah, maybe also yeah, try I guess your same paints again before you mess with the mix or something like that. Maybe mix them with some other colors, not a bunch. Maybe almost 90% or whatever of your fluorescent, and then maybe something else, a little bit of brilliant yellow paint or a little bit of something lighter or something darker, just to see what happens. So there's that lighter texture we were talking about, and it's mixing again with the dark that we put in here, and it happens nice and quick. But that was really picking up some of the darker color too. So yeah, now we have our little bit, we can see that marble on our base here. That makes him stand out a little bit more. And it was super easy to do that base. It was extremely easy. What was it? It was just the green stuff world texture roller on some bulletin board cork, and then we used some of the Luke's APS ground cover. And that was it. Here, let's see if we can do a smidge of some dry brush here of some of our lighter stone color. Not much. Actually going to fade some of that a little. So yeah, just well, like as a control for the experiment, right? So so you can just say, okay, well, when we just dry brushed it up, this is what happened. When we mixed it with another color, well, this is what happened. And that is some of that Prussian blue mix. Some of this I'm looking to maybe tone some parts of the lighter color down, also soften some edges here and there. So yeah, that's gonna need, I think, some more of our lighter light color, I think, along that part of the surface. Darken this down. Good enough. Back to some of my much darker tone here. Get to work around where we want our firelight to be. Then we'll have to hit those with some of our brightest yellow. Looking to do some horizon line there, and again up here, which tells me we have to come back in with our lighter color, and that'll just have to be, that's what we need up here, is our lightest light color. And also here I need to get some, oh wow, I actually need to do some dark over here too. I think we've lost, yeah, so we definitely lost some of that, and that right away sharpens up that edge. Need to figure out what is happening here on this. I'm just going to hit it with some Terra Rosa, actually. Just to vary it from all of the blues and grays. That's still mixing with that pre-glaze, which is also got a lot of indigo in it, for sure. I'll take some of my white here. Do a little more dry brushing. And while it's mixing, all the while we do that. So a little bit of that onto his cloak too. It's also knocking down a little bit of the texture of the, well, our cloth. Well, the texture we put in there, just taking that down a smidge. There's a lot going on with all the arbor stuff there. We don't need to add more to it. Back to our white over here. Yeah, let's get the top of this. Yeah, let's do a couple of more of these here because there's these crazy little, almost like a hole, a couple of holes there in the. I don't know what that's all about. It's like he's got eyes in the back of his head. So I think now that we've really popped in some of our darkest darks, I can just along here. See, we like to have that chain of highlights here. We're always talking about that, not just evenly spread out. If this was evenly spread out all along this whole thing, it wouldn't really have much roundness to it. I think here's another place where we kind of need that, a little bit extra light here. Of course, again, being Forge World, you're going to get some mischief with mold lines and casting and shapes and that sort of stuff. It just, it's the nature of the beast when it comes to, well, any kind of resin figure, but yeah, especially Forge World. Now, before I forget, I want to dive into those lighter yellows if we can.
We all.
Oh, thanks, Landrast. Here you go. Oh, look at that, 9 total. That's some progeny there. That's a young one there. That's enough to have an entire person. So thank you very much, Landrast. That is appreciated. Yeah, we were doing some more. I couldn't find that one piece that I know I printed for the Witch King, so we painted a couple of more of these guys here. And now we're doing another one of the 9. This is one of the Forge World guys. Pop you right there. Oh yeah, Landris, I downloaded those Chaos Dwarves yesterday. So it should be interesting. I'll just print, the infantry guys. I don't even know if I'm ever even going to try and print up those War Machine things. But it should be really interesting, right, to see some tall hats. So thank you so much, Landrest. I'm trying to think the last time I painted a tall hat. That was a long time ago. And I think they were all they were all Blood Bowl too. So it's going to be really cool getting a chance to paint some tall hats. I think I might just have to make a build plate of some of those. Oh, wow. So Grim got more stuff in the mail. Wow, Grim, you're getting all kinds of toys today. Lots of fun stuff. So Landrest, I'll see how many pieces that's in. Actually, what I want to print up I think it's called The Last Stand, right? Yeah, I want to get that thing printed up for sure. Because that would be a fun diorama there and have a painted backdrop behind it too. Here, let's get that going this way. And a couple of more of our little red-ish, orangey. It's in a couple of places there. Again, where's our other? There he is. Yeah, we're starting to see. Yeah, we're starting to see that now. Let's see. So Greenskins wondered about rogue hairs on a brush. I guess it sort of depends what brush it is. Now, since I'm just using craft brushes, sometimes I'll just let them get more and more beat up and then just replace them with a new one. With these guys here, now of course the oil paints, the nice thing about the oils is that they in some ways rejuvenate your brushes and sort of deal with stray hairs in a way. But what the brushes I'm using are more like $3-4. That's pretty much what these guys are. I'll sometimes just wet down the brush and just slice that hair off of it. Slice it off. I know a lot of people are horrified at the idea of that you would do something like that, but that's something that I've done more than once. Let's see. So Ragnar has some more Auric Brute and a Mega Boss. Oh, and a Maw Crusher coming in the mail soon. Well, I'm sure you're eagerly anticipating that. It kind of depends on what it does on the build plate. If it ends up being like a 4-hour print versus one of those 6-hour, 7-hour ones, generally going to save those for overnight hours and try and keep the 4-hour ones at basically I'm trying to do 3 shifts a day so that I can at least have during the day 2 4-hour, 3 to 4-hour, 5, maybe 5-hour max prints, and then those really long ones overnight. I want to try and get some Loot Studios bits printed out. For sure. I don't know, maybe I never did print those parts. I just am absolutely sure that I printed those up, and I know what's going to happen is next month or something like that, I'll find all that stuff that I was desperately looking for today. But oh yeah, here's some of the parts anyways of the big giant, literally big giant. He's the undead giant here. I think he goes this way, or does he go? Yeah, I think he goes this way. Yep, there we go. So there's our big old undead giant. It's going to be interesting trying to squeeze him on camera for sure. He's a big one. I'm going to try and get some more of my reddish orange here. We got an awful lot of the light stuff. Where's my Indian yellow down here? Let's work some of that into it here. And make that just a bit more orange, a little less of the dark red. Let's see what happens with this. Yeah, somewhere in between the really bright orange and that red. There's a little too much of the bright stuff here. We'll tone some of that down, I think. The things that are facing up, though, I really can't do that. And these are the kind of areas that I'm looking to focus that lighter orange stuff on, is these stuff that's really facing more towards the horizon line. Think of this like what I did with the Dun landings and the basically what looked like burning buildings and the reflections on their helmets, especially along the horizon line. That I probably could stand to get some darks in it too. So let's come back to our darks, are the indigo. Okay, so that's what happened too. That's supposed to be a whole separate piece here. Now that makes a little more sense. Let's darken this down. Yeah, that's got an awful lot of thinner in it. It's almost like a pin line wash there. So be careful as I apply that. Try and make a bit of a horizon line there. I have to get some of our firelight in there. I know I did it on the other one, in between some of the fingers. That really is an unusual armor shape for the helmet. I'm looking at this. See, there's some reflected light I need back there. I'm going to take this warmer gray. There. Any over here? Yeah, let's put some reflections over there. We don't really have a whole bunch. I think we could use a little more light on the chainmail as it works its way down here. I'm going to take some of the indigo and then some of the radiant blue. We don't want to lighten this up too much, but I also want a couple of veins of the marble on that too. So this is pretty dark, but don't want to make that too light. Otherwise, it's not really going to stand out from his shoe here. It's not going to stand out from the other bits of marble. So some light. We need to, I think, maybe put some more dark with our indigo right along the top edge. There we go. Yep. Now I'll take this. Maybe it's a little bit more of our white. I mean, not that much. And we need to get some reflections right over here on this part of his shoes. The armor on his feet, in any case. Maybe now. Let's see what happens with some of our lightest light on the shoes. Right along that top edge here. I think you can see that. Yeah, that's what's kind of missing. That really puts the rest of this in perspective. I'll also touch more of light there, and we'll do that on this side, I think. What about here, right on the leading edge of this stuff? That's got a little too much confusion there. That's take this. We'll just use this as a micro blending brush. Yeah, that all it took was just a couple little brush strokes just to refine that. Always looking to refine things. We start out with just blocking everything in. It's just like a regular 2D painting. Then we start to add more refinement where possible. Sometimes, the nature of the sculpt makes it a little bit more difficult to add that refinement, but let's see, we can do some of our firelight stuff. First, I'm going to maybe do some asphaltum here to get a couple of darks to separate each of those planes. Now I'm going to try and see where the flame thing is here. I'm going to see if I have some of those kind of march down the side of the helmet here. I don't know how possible this is. We'll find out. Start with this kind of reddish orange here. Let's see if that works. And that I might go a little bit lighter from there. So that's got our yellowish orange. This is also pretty thick. I don't know, that might be too thick. No, actually it didn't. It had to be. That's now it actually sticks. Had I gone thinner than that, probably would not have stuck. Yeah, oh, right there. I don't know if you saw. We did paint this. I was on a podcast, or no, on a well, basically a podcast, and this is speaking of Highland Miniatures. When the winged hussars arrived, right? Yeah, sing the song. There's the winged hussars, and that's how I knew that I had to shrink these things down because I think I shrank those down about 10%. It was around 10% there. So there's the winged hussars for you. We did actually paint the winged hussars. Well, we painted one of them. I think I've got 4 of them overall printed out. I've got the banner bearer and then sort of like a captain type. And then I also have the another guy with a sword. Or no, I got with the lance. That's right, with the lance. All right, I'm gonna try and get a little bit of the firelight here and maybe something there along the edge of the. Okay, we'll take our blending brush, mix that in a little. So Grim wants a banner bear. I guess. Well, I guess it's different from Banner beer. I'm sure there's a beer that's called Banner. That would probably be really easy to get your hands on. At least I think so. Now that's a little confusing there since we've got also that chip right there. I don't know. Let's see if that works. Can we make this work for us here? Now it's a matter of perhaps even add a little bit of dark onto this side of where the flame is there. Back to some reflected light here. That's our turquoise again. Oh yeah, since I ran out of well, at least on the palette anyway, our radiant blue, I took a little bit of the cobalt, no, sorry, the ultramarine violet and mixed that with the radiant turquoise, and it sort of turned it into a radiant blue, which was hilarious. Yeah, Grim, you were, I think you were off doing the dog stuff when that happened. Is that going to be lighted up? Maybe. I will throw some of this on the other bits of chainmail right here. Not too much. Here, let's get back to our straight up white in a couple of spots. Hey, Tukale, nice to see you. Hope you had yourself a good Friday. Oh yeah, I think we could still go definitely much lighter on some of these. So this is actually technically the 5th miniature that we've been working on here. We're just doing some pre-glazing on some others, but yeah, we did a couple more of the Highland Miniatures as our Army of the Dead, and it is very clever how you got the same pose but 2 different weapons. And then there's 3 different shields you can tack on there. You got your broken shield here, you got the lozenge, and then you have a smaller circular one. Alright, that's better. Nah, I'm not going to go any lighter. That's really more of a shadow area. Here we could use some of our... Oh yeah. I think here we could try if we can sneak in some of that lighter metal color there. Not sure if I can. And yeah, Tukali, I think you saw the end of the landscape last night, didn't you? Another one of our landscapes of Middle-earth. Having some fun with Minas Morgul again. So now the Witch King has a place to hang out once more. Of course, I guess the Witch King had lots of hangout places. I mean, you know, Angmar, of course. I'm going to see if I can't throw a little bit more light again on the ends of the armor. But oh yeah, here's an whole other piece. I got nothing there. That really needs to be lighter. Same here. But we're not just doing edge highlights on this. We're trying to make as many like little shapes in here as we can. Otherwise, it just won't look like armor. It'll just look like, well, cardboard or something. Oh yeah, that's what we could use right over here. Maybe we'll take the our radiant turquoise and follow right along that edge there. That works. So yeah, tomorrow we'll it's good. We're gonna go back to something really big. It's been a while since we painted something just really colossal, and I figured what better than a Saturday session for that. So yeah, that's gonna be that giant figure, quite literally a giant from our imprintable terrain. Now, I'm not quite sure what we're going to do with him yet. I think he's got armor. There's some bones on there. There's some skin. So it should give us a chance to do some interesting undead stuff and then some more weathery things. Let's not forget our chain of highlights that follows all the way up to the helmet here. Hey, Orcrist. So Orcrist, have you still been doing some more of the Dremel type stuff that you were doing? I know for a while you were doing a lot of Dremel work with the plaster. I'm guessing that's probably over with, and now it's sort of moved on to the painting phase. Ah, so you got the bricks. Yeah, that sounded really nifty, what you were doing there with the Dremel and everything. All right, back to the, where's that Prussian, more of the straight up Prussian blue here, and then we'll let it mix with some of our radiant blue. And yeah, I've got to kill off that little bit of fiery stuff that I tried to add in there because it's not facing the right direction for it. Just trying to add a little more of the bluish armor where possible. So we just did a bunch of dark there, but like on the other side, I've got to... that might just do it. I don't know, do I double down on that a little more? Yep, I'll just go that way with it. So lots of bricks from Orcrist. Yeah, I still want to take the prototypical bag of rocks and then cut out a whole bunch of the little foam stones and then just bash them around in the bag of rocks. I just want to see what happens. I've never had a chance to do that yet. And then essentially construct a little tower out of it like, well, like Legos. It would be like foam Legos for adults. Actually, I think kids' Legos should be made out of foam because when you step on them, then it won't virtually kill you. You'll destroy their structure, but, you know, they can always build another one. It's kind of hard to replace your foot. So, yes, foam Legos, that is my proposition. Self crushing Legos. Legos that are safe to step on. Safety Legos. Oh, there we go. Now, of course, they don't exactly snap together, but, you know, kids and hot glue guns definitely go together. Ah, that's cool. Oh, yeah. Put him in, boil him, mash him, put him in a dice bag. Which reminds me to tell everybody to please check out Armored Wolf's Etsy page. Look at all the, speaking of dice bags, fantastic dice bags you're going to see there. You want to see pictures of them? Head over to Armored Wolf's Instagram and marvel at the amazing works of art, not just dice bags. Again, pop in a little bit more of that texture here. So doing the textured cloak, because that's what all the cool kids do today. Well, it's also that cloak is a little bit boring as far as its shape goes, so maybe a little texture makes it a little more interesting. Let's see, glue guns. Glue guns make kids go together. Well, they will. The family that glue guns together stays together. That's for sure. Especially depending on how much the kids are running around with the glue gun. Actually, a cordless glue gun. Ooh, that would be very fun. That would be amazing. The kind of mischief and hijinks you could get up to with a cordless glue gun. I wonder if there, I'm sure there is one. There has to be. Gonna throw some of my dark under there, just reinforce that. It's a little too much light in some areas here. Yeah, what was that? Oh, I was looking at a cordless chainsaw, a cordless mini chainsaw, which is something that actually could be very helpful here. Well, that doesn't surprise me. Ryobi and cordless tools. I know I had at least two different Ryobi power tools back in the day. Let's see what happens with the arm here. Let's do a little bit more of our dark on some of these panels. We got lots of the, we have light and mid-tone, but not much in between. Let's see what happens with this. That's a little bit of the, well, almost like a cyan here. A radiant turquoise. Let's see, Legos infused with metal, so you can use electromagnet wand to pick them up. So magnetic Legos. Would those be mag Legos? I don't know. That sounds like it would be very fun. back to the Prussian blue. A little bit of our this turquoise color here. There's a little bit too much of the way. That was a big old panel of really bright highlight there. I'm going to take some of that away. It also makes that little fiery light thing stand out a bit more too. That can't hurt. I might even hit the edge of the, well, it's not chainmail, more like a scale mail fringe here. Yeah, that's okay. That helps. I think I need to get some of my lighter coat right here. If I can squeeze it in here. Just a touch here, here, and one there. So now it makes a nice line of highlights down the chest there. Might do the same or something similar over here on this side. Right there. I don't know. I'm going to go back to something that's a little bit lighter. And it's right, I'm trying to squeeze it in between those two. That's it. That's what I've been trying to do, actually, a couple times. I'm going to give it another go with that over here. I think you can see what we're trying to do here. One right here and another one there. And there. Okay, that's more like what I wanted to see. Now this certainly needs, I think, some help with our lighter. Yeah, that's our lighter blue color there. Never did get my little firelight colors on the back of his hand. Let's give that a shot, see if it works. Let's see. See what the kids are doing with Lego motors and programming kits. I'm sure they're probably building some kind of ballistic missiles or something. Not that we would have done that as a kid. We would not have tried to build a Lego Tomahawk cruise missile or anything of the sort with a range of at least 300-400 miles. Not that we would ever done that in Boy Scouts at all. Certainly not. Not that we would have enjoyed something like that. I might have to. I don't know. I've got to darken down some of the red around it and then maybe hit it with a really light yellow. That might have been just too much here with, I don't know. Let's see if we can leave both of those in there. Might have to get rid of one of those. We also have to, let's see if we can do this here. A little Indian yellow into this. It's just getting too pinkish almost. And that's right here where we've got that red. That's too much. I'm going to go back to my Indian yellow here. And tone that down slightly. It's like I have to highlight a highlight. And it looks, yeah, we're just able, okay. That works, because again, what we're trying to do is mimic what we've done on some of our other wraiths here. Or at Nazgul, I should say. Here, let's hit this side. I think I can do these right along the edge of his chest armor there. Yeah, something simple. These, that's way too much orange right there. So let's come back to some of our red. we kind of went directly to yellow there, nowhere in between. So we're going to take down some of the yellow. Let's go to our fanchon red here. I'll put a little bit of that on his helmet. Some of that over here on the axe. Again, doing a little bit of a stippling type of brush stroke there. Because the red that's there is a little bit on the weak side. I want to that stand out a bit more. Let's see, so Ragnar mentors a high school robotics team that builds robots from scratch and compete in competitions. So yeah, I mean, grading those their homemade weaponry on, well, of course, range, uh, radius of effect, of course. So just because it has a 20-mile range, if it only has a 3-foot range of influence, I think points should definitely be awarded for the effectiveness of the blast radius. Hey, Loim, how you doing? So Loim, I don't know if you had a chance to. Or no, you were here when we were painting this, right, on Thursday. Here, let me back out for you a few steps. There we go. I think you got the chance to see our Minas Morgul, right? I saw had two lore videos playing in the background. I was setting stuff up earlier in the day, and it was regarding the siege of Minas Tirith and the Candish forces. They kind of came in at the very end when Gondor and Rohan, they thought they pretty much had won and they were done. They were good. All of a sudden, the Candish guys came along, and apparently the orcs just created too many holes in the Ramus Ichor. They bashed in gratuitous holes into the wall. I thought you saw a part of it there, Loim. Now we've been doing some more of the Highland Miniatures. Well, essentially their version of Army of the Dead. I think this is the other one we've done today here. And Highland Miniatures, they're the same folks that did the Winged Hussars. Painted this one actually on a podcast. So Loim, hopefully your Friday went reasonably well. I know that you were trying to help out lend a helping hand this week so far. So I've got my reds in there. Let me see if I can get to those lighter kind of orangey colors here. That brilliant yellow pale, we'll mix it with the Indian yellow, of course. See if we can get some lights right on the edge of, again, highlighting a highlight essentially is what we're trying to do here. It's tricky, no doubt about that. And yeah, after the stream tonight, got to get that huge figure put together. I mean, it won't be all that difficult because it's 3D printed, so the pieces will fit together nice and easy. So actually, I'm just hitting the, let's get some of the red there again on the knuckles for whatever reason. Just kind of like it there. Worked well on the other one. Might also lighten up the, right along the edge of that. let's compare that to. Yeah, so we've got. This is going to be quite the interesting merry band of Nazgul there, for sure. I might just, for fun sake here, see if I can put something on the feeder. Actually, there's a little bit of the red already there. We'll hit that a bit more. I think you can see this here. Just a couple. And this, I just need to try and smooth some of this out, I think. Yeah, it was just, there's a lot of, just like here. Brushstroke management is what we call it at this point. Sometimes you look around, you see too much of a brushstroke in an area that has no real value as far as providing some texture. You just take it and you can either wipe it out completely or just tone it down a little bit. I'm going to see if I can't still enhance that horizon line. This one here. I wish that was just more of a continuous shape there instead of the way they put those crazy extra holes. It's like he's got eyes in the back of his head. Just trying to find a place to work with this. And let's see if I can get right along the edge here of this. Well, I was just working, putting in some of the dark. Now I'm going to see if I can get something a little bit lighter here, right along the edge of this. Here. A very thin little bit of light there, and then here too. Okay. I think now that starts to show what's happening here a little better. Sometimes there's a little back and forth. You look, you say, I don't necessarily like what's happening right there. I have to make a little bit of a change. Hey, Artemico, how you doing? So yeah, we're continuing our spooky theme here with the more of the Highland Miniatures dudes there, and some more of our wraiths here, or Nazgul, I guess. So as I paint these guys now, I'm really anxious to see when the Dol Guldur book is coming out. Now, Loim, I don't know if have you seen any more info on the Amazon show at all? That I don't think there's been any major news. I mean, the last thing was just like when it's coming out, and that's about it. None of the lore video guys that I watch have had anything more about it. Just hoping that they don't just pooch it, man. That would be really bad. So Artemico, hopefully your printing has been going well. And well, I guess are you printing anything different since the last time you were in here? I've got an awful lot of build plates to make once I'm done here. So yeah, we'll have to head on down to the printing area and start making some more of those. There's that edge of that armor piece. I would like maybe here to get one little bright highlight there on that one piece of his chest armor. Let's see if that works. Now let's go with some more of these light highlights here. So yeah, the last I heard new stuff from that was a couple of weeks ago. But yeah, all of the lore video guys, they've been pretty quiet on the new series front, so I guess there's just really not much in the way of news out there. Let's see, print them with some strange looking resin. It's like some Soraya leftovers mixed into a goo. It's the it's the homebrew resin. It's like, what is it? It's moonshine resin. There you go. So is it? It's that phase. Well, you're not looking at snow, are you? All right. This needs a bit of dark here. So in the form, I think some indigo, like right here. You know, I'm just gonna kill that one fiery thing. I'm gonna kill all this stuff. I'm gonna get rid of all of it, and we're just gonna reorganize here. We will reorganize. We got some of our bluish color there. Let's just do this again and simplify. We had too much going on in one space there. So it looks ugly, but seems to print fine. It's not just how it looks, right? It's how it prints. That's some of our Indian yellow mixed with a little touch of the Fanchon red there. Yeah, okay, that starts to work with our little chain of highlights right there, a chain of pearls. Those things were too offset. They didn't really work with the rest of what was going on with his arm. That works now. Okay, I needed to make that little change. Let's see if I can't lighten these up a smidge without, again, letting them be too close to being pink and not orange. These are some crazy helmets these guys have. Like I said before, our Kamul the Easterling, that'll be one of our Patreon videos. Eldridge Tower, how you doing? Nice to see you back. Hopefully you've had yourself a good day. And maybe setting up for some fun things over the weekend as well. Yeah, this is the first not green thing. So we painted, what, 4 of these guys on Tuesday. We painted 2 more of these today. We did, of course, our landscape of Middle-earth here. A little bit of Minas Morgul. And then, of course, here's our most recent Patreon video. It's all green. It's Dark Angels. What's with the green this week? It was not supposed to happen that way or work out that way, but it just sort of did. It just kind of worked out that way. All right, here's some more of that brilliant yellow pale. Minus the fuzz on the end of the brush there. Yeah, I don't want to do too much of this, but I would like that to have some intensity. Maybe not too much on the chainmail here. Well, actually, Arda Michael, we don't really get fall colors here, sadly. Yeah, you basically just go directly to brown, and that lasts for about 5 minutes before all the wind and rain knocks all the leaves off the trees. So yeah, right now we mostly have just piles of brown leaves, and there'll be more, and they'll just be rotting basically in the sewer grates, pretty much. That's pretty much your height of the fall foliage season right here. Is a bunch of dead brown leaves, all rotting because they've been rained on for a week or something like that, on and off. Yeah, the fall panoply here is really not much of a panoply. It's more just a blah. We used to sometimes get fall colors and stuff, but yeah, those leaves don't last too long around here. Which is why we have to import leaves from other areas like Alaska. Our seriously Armored Wolf has been sending me leaves for years because they get fantastic foliage up there. Actually sticks around for more than 5 seconds. Here, not so much. That's all. It's gone as soon as it appears. And then, of course, when you have weird weather like we did this summer, I mean, you actually have trees here where one part of the tree has these bright red leaves on it, and the rest of it is green, and then other parts of it are just brown. It's like, what is going on here with these trees? Yeah, let's fade out that highlight just a smidge there, and these guys, we're gonna also take the edges. We can like count every single brushstroke there. We don't want that. And again, we'll take down some of the little smidge of the red there. Let's see if we can do that reddish orange here on the chainmail. If it ends up looking too dark, I might just have to do some pin line washes of indigo around it just to make sure there's an adequate amount of dark to show that. So you get just a little hint of it there. So sweet gum trees have some decent looking leaves. Actually, well, I wish we had a ginkgo tree on the block here because those are always some nice yellow leaves. And you know, a tree that's been around since the time of the dinosaur, well, it's been doing something right if it's still around. It managed to survive all the craziness of the last several million years. Well, we have leaves here. We have no shortage of leaves here. It's just there's no color on them, and they're all just rotting in in the in the gutters. Oh, there's no shortage of leaves right here. There's plenty of them. They're just not going to be that any kind of real color on them. That's all. So we darken this down. Now I got to come back in with my. Here, well, let's start out with this. We got plenty of dark there. We have no light. That's a nice little start. Let's see if we can get some of our. Here it is. Right in there. Get that. There we go. That's what I needed to do. Let's see if we can lighten up this stuff. That is just a big old blob right there. I'm going to come back to my Prussian blue here, see if we can tone some of that down. I just had to soften that up a little bit. Grumdy, there you are. How the heck are you doing? This is another one of the Nazgul here from the Dol Guldur set. We're getting ready to have the our Kmul the Easterling getting painted up. And of course, well, I forgot to post our Dark Angel here, but we'll get him posted after the stream tonight. That was again, that was a really fun one to do, I have to say. And now we have some other interesting figures I think that have arrived that should be good for at least some fun tutorial, if not actually army painting series. Well, Grim, you'll have to send me pictures of that because all I've ever seen is the couple of cactus houseplants here that I've desperately tried to kill because the cat would just want to rub up against that cactus and then deposit cactus quills all over the house that I only found with bare feet. So we really we declared cacti the enemy of the state here, at least enemy of the feet, when that meant they had to be taken down at all cost. Well, I'm glad you've been doing good there, Grundy. I don't know if you saw, we've been showing little hints of the big old uh, 3 printed figure that I'll be doing tomorrow. That's going to be really interesting. I don't think. I think he's going to be a little bit shorter than Jeeves and Worcester. Maybe a 3/4 of an inch or an inch or so shorter than Jeeves and Birdie. Of course, there's a lot of folks that are like, who the heck are those guys? Well, you'll find out tomorrow. Yeah, that cat helped to destroy $60 worth of printer paper. Almost destroy about $500 worth of painted commission miniatures. That cat used up 9 lives several times all at once. That cat pretty much used up about 90 lives. But vengeance was achieved, rest assured. Because when we played Chase in the basement, I always made sure that those towers of cardboard boxes that he wanted to run up on, made sure that those had a certain level of instability. They wouldn't necessarily fall over right away. Might have taken 3 or 4 attempts to jump up on top of them to make them collapse in a more appropriate way. Yeah, let's get. We haven't really done these little light highlights on the side of his shoes right there. I might even, now that, see how that's set, I can actually do more with my, I never even got to this one here. I think we might have actually had a raid while I was doing that. Let's get this one here. It's right in front of him. There's nothing like building some unstable box towers for Kitty to climb around on. Endless joy for the human involved. Oh, actually, Loim, speaking of kitties, how has the new, I don't know if you want to call it a rescue there, how's that been going? I don't think I've actually seen a Facebook picture in a day or two of the new one there, so I'm just curious what's happening to that. Again, this is Forge World, so you know there's Forge World-ness about some of these parts here that are a little wonky. And there we go. Where's my Denethor? Yeah, there we go. Okay, we've got that reasonably in line. I'll get a couple of these bits of the chainmail lighter right here. Once again, I mean, the armor is super different, but do we have, in general, the same sort of effect? I think we do. I might try to darken down a couple areas here over the top. Pet rent here is too expensive. She's doing well. Settling. That's good. That's good, Loim. Because I know that there was a bit of feistiness. There was a wee bit of feistiness with that one. I'm guessing that the head is not quite so gigantic in proportion to the rest of the body. That transition, I guess, usually doesn't take too long, does it? When they go from the tiny kitten stage to something a little bit less small. Yeah, see, the darker that gets, the more we can accentuate that and see what's going on there with our nice highlights. Do I need any more of my blue here? Yeah, let's do some of that. And we'll take some of my indigo over here. This. Once again, we lost a little something here. There see that sometimes that's all it takes. One little touch. Here, there's a little too much confusion going on. So I'm going to simplify once again. And now I'm going to just hit a couple of darker texture lines here on the cloak. That's it. Now what about the metals right over here? First I'll see what happens when I add some darks to it. A little more up here too. And what about this? This again, it's sculpted a little bit wacky. I didn't necessarily prep these either, so I know that's one of those things where I could have almost reforged it a little bit with just using some files or whatever. I might even. Let's see if we can go as far as doing almost like a little bit of a pin line wash here with some of our indigo right along there. Nope, I need a little more of a thinner in that. And every color is different when it comes to, okay, how much thinner does it take to turn it into a pin line wash? Everyone's going to be different. I mean, some colors are already practically, they almost start out as a pin line wash, and then there's other ones where you really got to push them into it. That would generally be your opaque colors. Can be take a little bit more of your thinner to turn into a pin line wash. So again, that's another edge that we're just trying to tighten up here. Thanks, Lime. I mean, it would have been okay to just have that painted the regular way, but some of these, they just needed a little extra something, right? A little something more there, and it really does. I think it helps. Especially this where you have so much of the armor here and maybe that little bit of texture on the cloak. I don't know, it helps the armor, I think, a little bit more too. I'm going to also darken around some of this. Let's get some darker textures on that, because there's actually a bold line that runs through here that, I mean, there's no way I could tell it was actually primed black before I got to it, so we'll just see what we can do with that. And I'm going to darken down around my base over here. Let's see if we can grab one of these guys. Take some of our Van Dyke brown, a little bit of the black spinel. And we'll really hit some of this darker. Before I come back the other way, not going to use that. Here, let's use this side. Maybe even a little bit of our Terra Rosa. Not much paint on that brush. And it's going to drop a little something warmer onto this too. Not just lighter, but also changing the color just a smidge. Can really see how it's picking up. There's still pre-glaze there that it's picking up at this point. Ah, there. It's just a little something different, not all dead gray. Little something different. Grays can be many different colors. They can have a greenish tint to them, all kinds of stuff. And Boy Wonder TM, thank you so much for that follow. Sorry we're a little bit late on this if you're still around.
Hello, little hobbits. Spark my gun,
And
John.
of course, Gandalf he's been showing up here. He's saying like, oh boy, this is not good. Yeah, hey, Galadriel, where you at? Oh, that's right. She has a certain ring, and that's not good because now it's just me versus these 9 guys. Look, yeah, just me. This is bad. So thank you so much for that file. Sorry that I missed it earlier. I try to pay attention to that. It's kind of hard to look at all those different things. I wish I could have my follow alerts on, but that's just not going to be the case. Okay, we're just doing a little bit of tap, tap, tap there. Tone that down. I'm going to look at my other base here to see, do I need it any more? Nope, don't need to lighten up the indigo there. I don't actually have, I do have the Hobbit book. I think it would say maybe which one of these guys is which, or I think maybe they just give them all the same profile. I'm not sure because, you know, guys like, where's the Betrayer here? Got him around, here he is. So they've given some of these different traits like the Betrayer and the Dark Marshal and the Tainted. Oh, and then of course the Shadow Lord. The Shadow Lord is interesting because he basically, well, keeps your guys from getting shot at. What? Oh, there was a battle report. It was Mirkwood Rangers versus some form of a mortal order with the army with the Shadow Lord. And essentially, with the Shadow Lord, if you want to shoot at anything within 6 inches of him, you need to roll a natural 6 just to be able to hit him. And in all likelihood, whatever it is you're shooting at, you're going to need at least another 6 to try and kill it. And if it's in near any sort of cover at all, you're going to need to roll, I think, a 4 or better just to try and get a chance to roll that 6 again. So needless to say, there wasn't a lot of killing from those Rangers, at least not those first couple of turns. There's a little bit of our blue there. Ah, yeah. So like that, I think that might be a little too light just having that there. I'm going to tone this down with some of that blue here. What's going on here? I think I need to also, need to get some of my dark back in here. I'm going to take some of that indigo here, see if this works, see what happens with this right here on that axe. So take a blending brush here that doesn't have a whole lot of paint sitting on there, or none ideally. So yeah, the big old blob there. We are going to take the edge off of that. Ooh, that's more like it. That's what we needed. I'm going to double down on that a little bit more here. See if we can do that. I'm going to give me something to drink. Like that, maybe. Might help. Well, we're going to be, I think we're going to be exiting soon here because we've been at this for 4.5 hours. And we need to save the voice for tomorrow as well. But I don't want to forget the other side. We just did that on this side. Let's not forget that over here. Okay, back to my blending brush over here. And spread it looking nice and easy. Now it looks like something is reflected there. And there we have another one of our 9 of Nazgul, or 9 of Dol Guldur. There we go. Well, we got 3 of these now, and hopefully once we get Kamul done, that'll give us a sweet 4. We'll be part of the way there, almost halfway to a baseball team. And now, of course, here's our other 2. Again, these are from Highlands Miniatures. It's 3D printed using our homemade fluorescent green, like so. So I'm going to look and see. Oh, Lady B. Well, we're going to say hi and bye. We're just about to do some raiding here. Let's see. What is Burnsy actually painting some stuff? It looks like he's just making something. Let's see what Jinx is doing. Well, she must be painting something, but she's she's still using her phone there. So, Lady B, how are you doing? Like I said, we are going to be painting this big old dude tomorrow here. And that's the other thing. I have to get this thing all prepped and ready to go. Yeah, here is that is quite the giant there. Look at, we're gonna have to really change our camera setup around so that we can squeeze him on there. Yeah, he's not as tall, I think, as Jeeves and Birdie is, but he's still relatively large. He's got, well, looks like he's got some form of armor there, maybe. I don't know, maybe that's stone, maybe it's not. Thanks, Betty. I'm glad you were actually able to, wow, you're able to stay for the whole thing, well, instead of having to run off. That's very cool. So here, let's get our couple of guys that we've been working on here tonight. Our new ones, there they are. I think there's Grumdy showing his loyalty to Jeeves and Birdie. And let's say thanks so much to Armored Wolf, to our moderator. Oh, thanks, Grumdy. Thank you so much. Well, look at that. We got just a drop or 2 left there. We'll fortify those last few drops. Thank you so much. Here, let's, well, we're going to head over Jinxed Way, because that's all I see. We'll get that countdown underway here. There we go. So, yep, Lady B, we were heading out. We've been at this about 4.5 hours, and the voice is going, so we need to save that for tomorrow, because we have a long session ahead of us tomorrow. So thanks again, everybody. Thanks for the bits and the subs, of course. Those are always appreciated. Now let's thank our moderator, Armored Wolf, as always, for doing all that fantastic work of posting the links and everything else. So here, let's get our raid started right now.